over 10 years old, it's free. The tune-up is on American Energy. Give them a call right now. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, that's half off the price of a new unit. American Energy been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You can check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's theaeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Check, check, and check. That's the sound of me getting a jump start on my holiday list. But I can't take all the credit. Kohl's makes it too easy. I got my daughter a mini instant camera, my husband his favorite cologne, my sister Kookaburra by UGG slippers, and that's just the beginning. Then I got 20% off some of my other gifts. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offer valid to November 23rd. Coupons do not apply to Tech, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by UGG. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states.
O'Reilly! Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome back to another exciting game day. Grab your rally towels, throw on your jerseys, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right, sports fans win big on home game days. Score instant savings of 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. And that's a victory for you and your tailgate team. Download the app, join the Fuel Rewards program today, and game on. Restrictions apply. Limited time. At participating Shell stations. For more details, visit fuelrewards.com.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Yes. We have made it to Friday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. A little bit of shuffling going around, but Jay Johnson is joining me today on this beautiful, beautiful Friday, and we're going to be rocking out until 2 p.m. Not only do we have Kings, of course, the return of DeMar DeRozan, heading to L.A., where he's from, Inglewood, the Intuit Dome, the Wall, it's going down, Friday Night Lights. We also have Niners updates. We have what's going on with Brock Purdy's shoulder. What does John Lynch have to say about Kyle Shanahan? And can they get it done in the frozen tundra? Lambeau Field. Christian McCaffrey's ready. He said he can't wait to play in a stadium like this. The environment, what it brings, what they have, what they got going on. All of that coming up this weekend. But we start tonight with the Sacramento Kings, your Sacramento Kings. And, of course, you can hear Sacramento Kings tonight's game just as you can every game here at the flagship Sacktown Sports. And this is an opportunity. This might be a situation where we look back on the season and we say, this is where the tide shifted. This is where they stopped winning a game, losing a game, winning a game. This is where they took control of their season. The first step in taking control of their season. As you look at what they've done so far and you look at what they can do, the last, from November 8th, or I should say November 6th, against the Toronto Raptors, okay? Literally, it looks like, and I'm on ESPN.com, it looks like Christmas decorations because the wins are in green and the losses are in red. Starting November 6th, this is not how you get out of the play-in. Listen to this. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Literally, every other game is a win. Every other game is a loss. This is an opportunity to break away from that. So far this season, their longest winning streak is 3. They beat Portland, they beat Utah, they beat Atlanta. Then they went on. That's when they lost to Toronto the first time. Then they hosted Toronto, and that started the hopscotch, if you will. Red, green, red, green, red, green. Can that stop starting tonight against the short-handed Clippers? That's ultimately the question. And don't worry, we do have some Jameis Winston sound. I don't think there's enough sound to go around, and we got a 4-hour show. But Jameis Winston, it's ridiculous. He is the content king at this point. If he doesn't have a podcast yet, I'm sure he will. So we'll have some fun with Jameis Winston throughout the show. We got sound from Mike Brown as he talked after practice yesterday. By the way, shout out Keon. If you missed our Keon interview, that's coming up at 12. We're going to replay that interview, everything Keon Ellis had to say as the hottest shooter this side of Natomas is getting ready and getting set to take on the Los Angeles Clippers. Now, Keon is a guy, because Malik Monk probably not playing, but Sabonis most likely is playing. Keon is a guy, you're still going to need that. So we are replaying that at 12 o'clock. As we mentioned, a lot of conversations. You got Howard Cosell on Brock Purdy, Greg Cosell. You got Albert Breer on Brock Purdy as well. What would you pay Brock Purdy? But we're going to start here. Yeah, if you could tell, had a little bit of coffee. Sal Espresso is coming up on the other side, and I ask a question, and I'm curious why nobody else is talking about this. It might have sounded ridiculous going into the season, maybe not. But there's always a comparison with Domantas Sabonis and that dude in Denver. Maybe it's time that Domantas Sabonis leapfrogs that dude in Philly. Sal Espresso coming up next. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You know how it goes down, man.
Sacktown Sports 1140 has you covered all year. Listen to every Sacramento Kings game and stay up to date on all Kings news on SacktownSports.com. or listen to our live and local shows.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys.
We are your home of the Sacramento Kings. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Black Friday is on its way at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there's no better place to shop for all your power tools. Low price Makita Bear tools starting at $89, Makita batteries starting at just $49, and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 25th through December 2nd. That's right, one whole week of crazy deals on power tools. So don't forget, our Black Friday sale will be November 25th through December 2nd. Check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road or online at fastenersinc.net.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles rocking with you until 2 p.m., leading you up to the Drive Guys. They will get you to tip off for your Sacramento Kings taking on a shorthanded Los Angeles Clippers team, who, by the way, they're already shorthanded. They were already shorthanded with no Kawhi Leonard. Now they don't have Norman Powell, who has been, I wouldn't say full-on found money, because I think a lot of people knew what Norman Powell could do, but as a starter, dropping 20 plus a game, I don't think anybody expected Norman Powell to do that. Okay, they're fighting to get away from that 500 bug as well. I would say they're exceeding expectations right now. Kings have already lost to them once, and that was at home. You got to take care of business. So we will give you everything you need to know about the game coming up. Of course, a Clippers Kings preview. But first, we have a shot of Style Espresso. There you go. It was hot today, too. I had to let it cool off. But we're going to heat it up now. Today's shot of Style Espresso. Can I ask this question? Why is no one talking about the fact that Domantas Sabonis is now better than Joel Embiid? That's what it is. Now, I have the stat head up right now. Obviously, Joel Embiid has him in points per game, rebounds per game. He has him by 1. Sabonis has him in assists per game by a little bit, by almost by 2. And you look at everything initially, and you're thinking, Allen, this is crazy. Okay, you have Joel Embiid, 33% from 3. Domantas Sabonis, 33% from 3. Free throw, 82% for Joel Embiid, 72% for Domantas Sabonis. Games, Domantas Sabonis, 589 to Joel Embiid's 437. Joel Embiid is an MVP in this league, 27.8 points per game to Domantas Sabonis, 15.8. We already talked about the rebounds, but neither of them, they've won a championship. Joel Embiid, first team All-NBA, he's got 1. 5 All-NBAs, he's got 5. To Domantas Sabonis is 2. 3 all defensive to Domantas Sabonis 0. Like I said, 1 MVP. He's got 7 all-stars to Domantas Sabonis is 3. So I say all this, and you say, Allen, man, oh man, you came from the Bay Area, and all of a sudden you sound like my friends now. Allen, your purple glasses, man. What's going on? Domantas Sabonis better than Joel Embiid? Well, we can play the game where you could say Joel Embiid is better right now. You can say that because numbers-wise, yes, it is Joel Embiid. But if I'm asking you a question, and the question is, if you were to take somebody over the next 5 years on your squad, Joel Embiid or Domantas Sabonis, who you taking? Joel Embiid is 30 years old, and I believe his body is about 47. He's 30. Domantas Sabonis is 28 years old, and out here in Sacramento, the alarms go off if he misses 2 games. Joel Embiid can't even play back-to-backs. So you get to a point where this is no longer about ceiling, in my opinion. This is not about ceiling anymore. This is about the fact that if you look at the head-to-head stats, Joel Embiid is better. But if you're asking somebody, who do you want over the next 5 years? And I'll ask the question. It's Friday. We can open up the phone lines now. 916-339-1140. Let's play the game. I don't want to hear, and I already looked up the numbers. I think Joel's making about $10 million more than Domantas Sabonis, but let's not even get into the nitty-gritty. Joel Embiid, it's been reported that the Pacers interested in Joel Embiid. So he might be on the market. This thing blows up, just like Giannis and the Bucks. These 2 big hitters, we thought that were going to challenge the Celtics. They might just explode into oblivion. So Joel Embiid, reports are he may be available. You trading Domantas Sabonis for Joel Embiid? Because 27.8 per game to 15.8, 11 rebounds per game to 10.3. Domantas Sabonis has him in assists 4.8 to 3.6. Has him in field goal percentage 55% to 50%. Joel Embiid barely has him in 3-point percentage. They're both at 33, but Joel is at 33.9 to Sabonis 33.5. Got him 10% by free throw, but the guy can't stay on the court. So if you ask me right now, I know Dave had a vest on. I didn't wear my vest today. I got on a Patagonia because it's freezing in here. If you say, Allen, you're Monty McNair for a day, you could do this trade straight up. You doing it? I promise you, this is not about the fact that I've been out here in Sacramento for over a year now, enjoying my time in Natomas, and the food is outstanding, and I love the people. I'm not doing that deal. I can't do it. You can't make the club in the tub. That's what one of my coaches told me back in the day. And Joel Embiid, not to mention, from a leadership standpoint, Joel Embiid, there's leaks coming out of the locker room. Tyrese Maxey, who is younger than you, is saying Joel needs to be more accountable. Joel needs to not be late to team events. Joel needs to be better, and that stuff gets out. Now, I'm not even going to bring up what happened with Joel Embiid and the reporter because I think Joel Embiid can defend his honor and his family however he so chooses. That is not what I'm talking about. But all the other stuff we've heard from Joel Embiid, talking about, the city of Philly, how they treat me, blah, 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 blah. I lived in Philly. Let me tell you this, brother. The Sixers ain't been the number 1 ticket out there since AI stepped over Ty Lue, who the Kings are facing tonight as a coach. All right? The hierarchy out there is Eagles, Phillies, maybe even a couple college teams, and then the Sixers. And we know that from when the New York Knicks invaded your home. Wells Fargo invaded. It was embarrassing. I had the audio on. I'm running around with Baby Silas. I thought it was in New York. So you put all this together and you look at the numbers, that's all fine and good. At the end of the day, you're giving what you can give. I get all that. But we need to have a conversation. Domantas Sabonis right now on my ladder is better than Joel Embiid. Because Joel Embiid, you cannot depend on him. He is not dependable. He is not a leader. Why is nobody talking about this? Jokic, fine. We can keep Jokic in a different stratosphere. I don't know what you want to call Giannis. It depends on the day. But Domantas Sabonis, wherever that list is right now, and we can do the same thing with quarterbacks, hey, this guy is better than him right now. And I get it. Joel Embiid hasn't been playing. But that's the theme. That's the theme. So if you're asking me, hey, who's better? Who do you want over the next 5 years? Right? Most people would say, it's Joel Embiid. He's an MVP. He's this, he's that. It's Domantas Sabonis. You can depend on him. He missed 2 games and we didn't know what to do with ourselves. He's 2 years younger. You can depend on him. He's continuing to get better. Let's not talk. We don't even have to talk about how he's playing better from the 3-point line, shooting the ball better, helping to space the floor. How he's been able to evolve his game as they add in DeMar DeRozan. So, yes, you want to talk about gaudy numbers and just putting up video game stats. I get it. But in video games, I know the new video games, PS5, whatever it is, you can get injured. But in video games, you don't have to deal with that. This is real basketball. And in real basketball, Domantas Sabonis is available. He missed, 2 games? And now he's back. He's played through injury. Last season, he was sick. He had other things going on. He didn't care. He was still out there. So I'm trying to start the conversation now. Right now, I'm taking Domas over Joel Embiid. And if you even allow a trade, I'm not even going there, I wouldn't do it. But it's Sacramento, so nobody's going to talk about that. And Joel Embiid's going to get a pass. The bottom line is Domantas Sabonis right now moving forward. And I would say moving forward, we don't know. But moving forward, I'm taking him over Joel Embiid. That's my style espresso for today on this Friday. It sounded like a double shot. There you go. All right, let's get to this Mike Brown sound that he had after practice. Everything is starting to line up for the Kings. Could we look back at this stretch and say, hey, yeah, this is when things changed? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Dirk Fedorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Off to a warm start this morning with a chance for rain increasing. It's going to be heavy at times this afternoon with southerly winds 10 to 15 gusting between 20 to 30 miles per hour. Get the latest forecasts on the KCRA News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. There's no better time to visit Elk Grove Honda than during our year-end clearance sale in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Get a head start on Black Friday all month long with exclusive deals. Right now, get 25% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees just in time for the holidays. And get a free select tool when you buy a select battery or combo kit. So don't wait to save. Shop these deals in-store or online now because Lowe's knows deals. About 11/21 through 11/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's time for the Sacktown Sports live events calendar, the hottest live events lineup just for you. Kicking things off for comedy fans, don't miss David Spade bringing his sharp wit to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on November 22nd, followed by the hilarious Russell Peters lighting up the stage the next night, November 23rd. Then get ready to feel those good vibrations with the legendary Beach Boys on November 24th at Hard Rock Live. And for classic rock lovers, the Black Crowes are rocking the same stage November 30th. All of these are brought to you by our friends at Live Nation. The original Jersey Boys, Midtown Men, are bringing their holiday show to Thunder Valley on December 8th. Then kicking off the year in style, country stars Dylan Scott and Jackson Dean are hitting Thunder Valley on January 10th. And the one and only Bill Engvall will be there too, cracking up the crowd on January 11th. Don't miss these incredible events coming your way, and stay tuned for more info. To get details, head to sacktownsports.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Top 100 PGA and LPGA teaching professional Kelly Stenzel offers a few tweaks for your short game, including putt whenever you can, chip when you can't putt, and pitch only when you have to. For small distance, small setup. Shorter shots require smaller swings, grip the handle lower for less power, and a narrow stance will limit your backswing. For large distance, large setup. The farther you want to hit the wedge, the larger the swing needs to be. Full length on the grip and a wider stance create more power. And posture is key for contact and loft. See that your short game posture reflects that of your full swing. Ball position tips. Left for loft. For right-handed golfers, move the ball forward and increase loft. Right for roll. Moving the ball back decreases the loft for more roll. Sharpen your short game and watch your scores drop and your enjoyment rise. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
It's Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. Where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the only store in the world to be named the top 100 shop for 40 years straight. Yes, the only golf shop in the world. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Try any club on the shelf on the driving range for free and let our staff show you everything you need to look and play better. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
About to get to this Mike Brown sound. I know Dave is very excited. People talking about it in the Sack Chat. Text line as well. New Kendrick dropped. If you didn't know, Kendrick dropped that. I don't know if he's calling it an album or if he's just calling it an EP, whatever it is. It's about 12 songs. I skipped through it as I was getting ready to do the show. There's some bangers on there. There's some bangers on there. There's not going to make your Spotify Wrapped or whatever because it's too late in the year, but they might be there next year. So Kendrick starting the movement, okay, to get ready for Super Bowl in February. Very well done. These marketing people, they know what they're doing. So go check that out. You can check them out during the breaks because we got a lot to get to here. Somebody on the text line and 916-339-1140, you want to be a part of the conversation. Somebody on the text line, what have we seen this year that should make us even remotely confident we can beat the Clippers on the road? I've seen nothing this year that makes this game any more than a coin flip as far as the Kings' chances. Am I missing something? Did we make a trade? That's from the 916. Well, obviously, we haven't made a trade, 916. I see what you mean there, and I think it's a solid point. I just read it off. The Kings have been playing hopscotch, win-loss, the last 7 games here. So the point is, and you lead me right into what Mike Brown is about to tell us, the point is that this is an opportunity for them to convince people like the 916, for them to convince people like me. When are you going to get away from this win a game, lose a game? And this is an opportunity. No Norman Powell, okay? The team's leading scorer, right there with James Harden. You're going to lose to Amir Coffey and Chris Dunn. So you got your big boys coming back. I don't care if Malik isn't playing. You have to win this game. We went through it yesterday. The Kings haven't really beaten any good teams. So I'm not even disagreeing with you, 916. I'm saying that the way things are laying out, and we're going to start it here with this Mike Brown audio, the way things are laying out, we should start being convinced right now. So this is what Mike Brown had to say after practice.
Given how busy the schedule was to start the season, how helpful were these last 3 or so days called for you guys just to get your legs back?
Oh, it was great. Gave the guys that are hurt a couple more days to get their bodies right. Gave us an opportunity to go over some things out on the floor that we hadn't had a chance to go over. So it was fantastic couple of days for us. Gave us an off day too.
Is that sort of implementing new things or re-emphasizing?
No, we haven't. You know, this is the knock on wood. Hopefully we won't have to, but we really haven't had to implement anything new probably in the past week. But the tough part about it is we've had some guys out and some new guys playing, and then we haven't really been practicing, and so it just gave us an opportunity to continue to try to sharpen up what we're trying to do on both sides of the ball.
You know, during that time, like Keon and Trey have been able to get a little bit of a rhythm. How helpful have you found throughout your career where sometimes guys are out and other guys get in the flow, even that carries over when they return?
That's huge, you know, to give guys an opportunity. it's hard to come by, and so minutes are hard to come by, and so when a guy gets an opportunity, especially doing what we know he can do, it gives not only them confidence, but their teammates and everybody else confidence for the long haul.
That was Mike Brown. He spoke yesterday with the media, kind of breaking everything down. And I thought it was a bit surprising that they didn't implement anything new, or he said they haven't had to. And it sounds to me like they don't feel like they need to. So I am very fascinated to see how everything turns out tonight. Again, you have a situation where the Clippers are down multiple guys, all right, and they've been playing well. This is where Ty Lue makes his money. We're going to have a conversation about Ty Lue versus Mike Jones a little bit later in the show. But this is where Ty Lue makes his money. We get all that. But, again, I don't care. If you're the Kings, you got to have it. You can't – sure, we can excuse the loss to the Hawks. I know some people aren't. But if we want to excuse the loss to the Hawks, you didn't have your guys, even though the Hawks aren't very good. I do think the Hawks will be at least in the play-in, playoff conversation in the East when it's all said and done. We understand that, fine, but you can't drop games like that and then lose to a Clippers team with no Kawhi Leonard and no Norman Powell. That stuff starts to happen, and the next time we have a Kings roundtable with Frankie and Brendan, they're gonna have to allow me to bust out the trade generator. So let's not go there, and let's just take care of business. As we look back on this stretch, we've been talking so much about this stretch this week because the Kings had some days off. These are the things I'm looking at. They're getting healthy. You know Malik Monk, but he's right around the corner. Maybe you get him back next week. They're healthy. Healthier than a lot of teams, I should say. They've had time off. Okay, there was a lot of conversation about haven't really been able to practice, and they've been playing every other day, and they're finally getting that break. So you're rested. You're healthy. You're playing a shorthanded team. That's it to me. You're rested. You're healthy. You're playing a shorthanded team. I don't know what else you could want. I really don't. It's Friday. I don't know how NBA players get paid, but it's Friday. You got paid. Everybody's in a good mood. DeMar DeRozan is coming home. You got to take care of business. I'm trying to find here the spread right now is Kings Clippers. I'm seeing -3 Kings. So Kings are favored on the road. So Vegas thinks that you should take care of business. All right? So again, the opportunities that you will have against teams that are down when you were just down, the Hawks took advantage. The Hawks took advantage of y'all being down the Kings. Then they went to the Bay and got smacked, as they should have, because the Bay is healthier. The Warriors are healthier. They don't have DeAnthony Melton, but they're healthier than the Kings. They're not missing two starters and your sixth man, your high-volume sixth man, mind you. So the Hawks took advantage of your situation. Last season, the Kings did not take advantage of situations enough. You get a wounded animal or a wounded team whether it's in your house or just a bad team, they did not take advantage. You lost to teams you shouldn't have lost to, and they all know it. Like they say, admitting is the first step. They all know it. They know they shouldn't have lost to the Hornets last season and the Blazers last season and the Pistons last season. They know it. Now, what are you going to do? Based on what we've heard from DeAaron when he talked to Hoops Hype, this media tour that he's done, because everybody remembers DeAaron as elite because he dropped 109 over the past weekend. This whole thing, DeAaron has said, we understand that we have to take care, especially in the West, we have to take care of business. You're getting given a gift. Hey, we know you're going to be working Sabonis back. We know you're going to be – the basketball gods are saying, we know you're getting Sabonis back. We know you're getting DeMar DeRozan back. You're going to have to work through some things there. So here you go. Here's a decent Clippers team who isn't very good, but here's a decent Clippers team missing Kawhi Leonard. And you know what? Just because y'all play the right way out there in Sacramento and you don't grift for fouls and hunt fouls, and you're not foul merchants, you play the game the right way, you hustle, we're even going to give you a game without their top scorer, Norman Powell. And too many times last season, the basketball gods would do that to the Kings, and the Kings would say, "No, I'm good. I don't need that. I'm going to mess around and not take care of business anyway." Too many times the Kings did that. This is an opportunity to prove we are a different version. Because we know that's the toughest part. The eye test tells us that they're better. We know the Kings are better. They just haven't been able to put it together yet. It's still early. 15 games, 16 games in. It's still early. But this is around the time where you can look back and say, this 10-game stretch is going to happen and say, okay, now you're 25 games into the season. Now you're really rocking and rolling here. And it doesn't matter when bad losses happen. Doesn't matter when good wins happen. They all count the same. And we don't know if these past couple games have taught us anything. You cannot take health for granted. So we could sit there and say, oh, well, Vince Carter's retirement and the Raptors, they were hungry. Oh, well, the Timberwolves, they had just lost to the Lakers. And it's all true. Oh, well, the Spurs, they were due. Wemby's just throwing up threes and he finally got hot. It's all true. But you can't keep looking back on these situations and just excusing them. You can't. Now is the time where you need to make up for what has happened in this young season and give yourself some cushion. The Kings have never, besides after Beam Team season last season and this season, there is no cushion. We thought maybe they won those 3 in a row, then they lose in Toronto. So 10 games, we're going to blink. It's going to be 25 games in. And after that, we're going to know, because at that point, somebody's going to start going on a run. So now they're 3.5 back of first place. We can look after these 10 games and hope that it's still 3.5. It could be worse. It could be better. It's all in their hands. And this schedule is going to even out. You're going to have tough stretches. You're going to have easy stretches. So what are you going to do, Sacramento? What are you going to do, Beam Team Part 3? That's what we're about to find out, and it all starts tonight. We're not going to know everything tonight, but at least they can start it off on the right track. Well, De'Aaron Fox is on the right track. He was, again, doing his media tour, if you will, after people remembered that he is an elite guard in the league. And he was on FS1 earlier this week. So he had some things to say about the team. We'll break down what De'Aaron Fox says. And for all you gamers out there, De'Aaron getting some more respect on NBA 2K? Let's talk about it. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Live and local.
With everything 49ers.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Dives for the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco! Paul George went up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
The 49ers play on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf. The current federal government is actually going $1 trillion deeper in debt every 100 days. That's why thousands are turning to Goldco, a top-rated gold company, to diversify their savings with time-tested safe haven assets, physical gold and silver. Right now, not only is Goldco offering a free gold and silver kit, but on qualified purchases, they'll give you up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. Call 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number: 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Time to gear up. It's the Black Friday and Gold Saturday open house event at Roseville Power Sports. Located at 360 North Sunrise Avenue, we're your home for the best deals on Can-Am side-by-sides, ATVs, and Ski-Doo snowmobiles. Now's the time to save thousands on a brand new Can-Am or Ski-Doo. And check out the all-new Can-Am Maverick R with an incredible 240 horsepower. A Maverick R is built to conquer any terrain, bringing unmatched power and excitement to your off-road adventures. Plus, save 30 to 50% on accessories, helmets, jackets, gear, everything you need to ride in style and safety. This Black Friday and Saturday only. And it's not just about the savings. It's an open house event you won't want to miss. Join us for food, prizes, and more this Black Friday. So head to Roseville Power Sports this Black Friday and Gold Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's kick off the holiday season with incredible deals and tons of fun. Some restrictions apply. See store for details. Offers valid on 2024 and prior product while supplies last. Happy holidays from Roseville Power Sports.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Seth Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Seth Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Seth's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Got this sound on De'Aaron Fox that we want to get to. Jay, I don't get to do many shows with you, so I want to bring you in here. That was your first shot of Stiles Espresso. I'm wondering what you think of that conversation, because there's two conversations. It's basically, what should we do with Joel Embiid, the healthy version versus the non-healthy version? I'm saying, and we both play college baseball, I'm saying I don't care about a healthy version of Joel Embiid. I'm looking at the reality. And the reality is, over the next 5 years, I'm taking Domas.
Yeah. I think I'm with you, man. I think I'm following your cab big time. You know, if we're on the East Coast in New York, I know Uber is prevalent, but when you go to the East Coast, cabs are a lot prevalent than they are here, unless you're in Vegas, right? And so I'm with you. I think, I think you're spot on in the form of this. If we're talking about talent, if we're talking about what's on the paper, then you're taking Joel Embiid. But if we're talking about, as Herm Edwards always likes to say, the best ability is availability, right? You see him talk about that. If we're talking about dependability, if we're talking about loyalty, if we're talking about a litany of other things, Allen. I think you're spot on. For me, I'm taking Domas, and I'll almost argue. And you started the argument with the fact of let's not just pinpoint on the second best. Let's pinpoint on the best, which is Jokic.
Right.
Let's start to compare Domas to Jokic. And so I'm spot on with you, man. I think the NBA circles, pundits, analysts, reporters, they have to start to talk about Joel Embiid just being hurt all the time.
Yeah.
He's injured, man.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference between being hurt and injured.
Yeah.
Right? Dude's injured.
What are you supposed to do?
Collect your check if you're Joel Embiid and Domas. And if you're Domas, and this is one of my pet peeves with the Kings, Styles, you tell me how you feel about it. I think we might come from the same school of thought. I would like to see the Kings pump their chest out a little bit, and that begins with Domantas.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a look at me thing, but it is start to carry yourself as a superstar, carry yourself as an all-star, multiple time, all-league guy. I think sometimes the humbleness of what goes on with the Sacramento Kings hurts them on the court sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not in those conversations, right? I mean, you're not in those conversations because you're not putting yourself into those conversations. What was it yesterday? Myles Garrett threw out a shot to TJ Watt, the defensive player of the year, runs through me. We're not even saying to do all that, but at least just come out and maybe. I mean, I think that you're right. There is a humbleness that I think does in a way represent Sacramento. We're just going to grab our lunch pail and go to work every single day with, and just work from a blue collar standpoint. But the NBA isn't really a blue collar league.
No. And let me ask you something. And there's a fine line. Don't get it twisted. As they say, thin line between love and hate. It's a fine line between being arrogant, pompous, being a look at me guy, versus being wide receiver confident, being versus, Floyd Mayweather confident. And Floyd's a little more look at me, but he wasn't always that way at a certain point in time. And so he was a virtuoso. He believed in what he thought. And so I think that's for me when it comes to, like, we talk about the word dogs, a monster, a soldier, there's so many different words that people want to throw out there. I think with the Kings, and I'll let me take it to De'Aaron Fox side. We've seen, I don't know who put it out there. I can't remember, somewhere amongst the Sacramento media, beat reporters or whatever, put out the Ty Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox comparison yet again to spark us some conversation. Right. And that's cool. You clickbait that. Shouts out to whoever did it.
Yeah.
I can't remember who.
Matt George.
Shout out to Matt George for doing that. He's winning. But the part of that becomes is look at De'Aaron's shoe dropping. Now we're seeing commercials.
Yeah.
Now we're starting, as you say, he's kind of on a little media run right now, of course, for what he did on the court. Those things translate into being a more looked at more confidently. And I think that's where Domas has got to play a little bigger hand too.
Right. When it comes to when you wonder the MVP ladders, and last season Domas couldn't get over number 7. And guys were moving up and down and they'd been injured and things like that. Why can't Domas get over 7? Part of that. And I joke all the time. Y'all need podcasts.
Yes.
Go make a podcast.
Right
and I'm half joking because everybody's got one now, but you're sitting there and it's okay. The roommates pod with the Knicks and those dudes, and everybody's got something, Paul George. And you go to Sacramento where it's, honestly, y'all need it the most.
Yes.
Because you have to ride for yourselves because ain't nobody riding for you. The New York Knicks, Brunson and Hart, they need the podcast the least because you're already getting coverage everywhere. I'm not saying you got to do it, but there is a level of you're already not thought about because of the market and where you play. So you have to kind of call on it. And that's why I'm during the break, I'm posting this Joel Embiid, Domantas Sabonis right now. Cause as media, we also have to help ride because nobody else is going to say stuff like that. I'm hearing cricket. There's nobody having a conversation. And last season, same thing when Domantas Sabonis broke all those records. It is what it is. And people want to talk about, oh, well, he has to do it in the playoffs. And fine.
True.
But what is Joel? I know he won an MVP, but besides that, what has he done?
Well, he's spot on with what you did. First of all, he's a talker. He's a guy that doesn't mind getting out there, running his chops, and allowing people to play off of what he says. You know, he's in the media. He's that type of guy, and he's been that way since Kansas. You know, he coming in as a big time recruit, and Domas was lightweight, a big recruit, and of course because of his father. But I'm with you. It's something that, and I know you don't get to listen all the time because you're a busy man. You got things to do. It's something that we talk about in the Drive Guys quite a bit. Is you have to start to get out and politic for your own self.
Yeah.
And that becomes, and let me say this, and I know sometimes this falls on deaf ears, Styles, and sometimes people don't want to hear this, but we have to have these conversations. And I appease to you for having these conversations. The organization's got to do a better job. Let's start right there. The organization has to do a better job. And I've said this with Domantas Sabonis a couple weeks ago when he was hot and cooking. Like, we need to start to have MVP Heisman type pushes for these guys.
Yeah.
Right. So it starts with the organization. Second part of it is, and I'm not calling out the King's Kingdom, as which I call the fans here on the Drive Guys, Sacramento fans, is as much as we're screaming, look at us, look at us, look at us. We got to continue that.
Yeah.
Right. Don't stop that.
Right.
We need that to happen. And then the third part is just what you said it's the inner circle of what's going on. We need the players to do their job. And this is one of the things I said with drawbacks with the Kings are we have and JaVale McGee said it better than I could last year. We got a bunch of nice guys.
Yeah.
And that's cool because there is a portion of Sacramento who loves that. They hang their hat on that.
Yeah.
They're okay with that. But that ain't getting us no damn where. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Right.
We keep barking up the same tree and nothing's happening.
Yeah.
So either we change our approach, we have Styles type of approach, or we're going to continue to keep saying we're getting hit by the referees. None of our guys are all league, no all-stars. We're not in the voting for MVP. We can't get an all-star game over here, and so on and so forth. Right. So we need our players to start to get out there, and we need De'Aaron to be on ESPN.
Right.
We need Domantas Sabonis to be at a Rock and Jock, celebrity softball game when it's down there for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
We need those type of things. And if we don't get those things, if we don't have Domantas on the starting five, then we're going to continue to be left behind. And I think Domas, more than anything, you tell me what you think. I think Domas is starting to figure that out a little bit.
Yeah.
It may not be him. It may be a circles, agent, the team. I don't know. But starting five was huge.
Right.
The fact that he's got the wine, he's pushing that, right? So those things are going to move forward. And Clutch Sports is behind De'Aaron. I just don't think De'Aaron is that type of cat. I think he just want to chill.
Yeah, I mean, we've done the same thing to take it to with Mike Trout, right?
Yeah.
And Mike Trout, he never didn't get to the playoffs very often, but Mike Trout, let me do a Subway commercial and I'm gonna keep it pushing.
Right.
That's all I want to do.
Check, move on.
Exactly. But in the NBA, it sounds crazy, but like you said, the all NBA nods and all-star nods, it's a popularity contest as much as it is about what you do in the production on the court. That's just the truth. So if nobody's talking about you, right? If nobody is talking about you, your numbers have to be so ridiculous to overcome that. And right now, even though these guys between De'Aaron and Domantas, they've been great, you add in the fact that you don't have that popularity working for you yet, and it hasn't got there. So I think they're learning, Jay. Look, the same way you're talking about that with Domas, you got to learn to play the game. Everybody knows my background. When I came over from the Bay, it was a completely different situation than I'm in now.
For sure.
And every single day, I know how to do a pretty darn good show. But I'm learning every single day,
as we all are,
that there are other things you need to make sure are correct, okay, or you come correct in order to be successful. And it's expanding, and it's not just, I got to go in, I got to hit my benchmarks, I got to talk about this. It's a whole bevy of things. And I think Domas, to that point, they said, man, I thought all I had to do was be high in production. And no, not in the NBA.
Nah.
Maybe other sports, but not in the NBA.
Man, the NBA is the only league, and you remember this, and this is how Taylor Rooks got her love, where they had shows based around what guys were wearing.
Yes.
Their walk-in outfits.
Yep.
They literally had a 30-minute to an hour show on NBA TV and on ESPN at one point in time, where the show was based upon Cats outfits.
Yeah, man.
You can't tell me this ain't a popularity contest. You either get with it, as Beanie Siegel say, you get down or you lay down.
Right.
And the Kings need to figure out what they want to do and if they want to move this thing forward. Because I'll tell you this much. From what we know and being blessed to be in the inner circle of what's going on with the Kings, I'm not speaking for them. This is just my opinion of kind of being inside of that. I think Vivek wants to be one of those organizations, as, you know, we are a popular organization. And I think if you look at all the things that they've laid down, you know, top arena, obviously Golden One Center, the entertainment that they bring here to the G1C is astronomical.
Yeah.
Like these dudes are bringing big boys and Too Shorts, and like they literally have a concert series going on.
Right.
There's no reason. I mean, there's no coincidence that the Kings entertainment team is always at the All-Star game because they're considered one of the best. So I think Vivek and the minority owners over there at the Kings, they're doing that job. I think some of the players not only, and it sounds crazy though, you want some of these guys not to be so nice when it comes to look at me.
Yeah.
And it's just tough because I don't know if they got that many cats over there that do that.
I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. What was it called? Was it drip or drop?
Yep, drip or drop from Gunna.
Yeah. I'm saying that's what the show was called. It was something like that. Is that a drip or drop? You drip? Is that a drip?
I get what
outfit?
you're saying. Yeah,
it's just, and I didn't ever see a King player on there.
Who is the sauciest Sacramento King player right now?
Malik.
I'm with you.
Malik. Yeah. And I might be Devin Carter when it's all said and done, but Malik's going to have something to say about it. All right, speaking of that De'Aaron Fox media tour, let's hear what he had to say on FS1 as we hit the 11 o'clock hour. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This holiday season, create a fun and joyful memory for you and your loved ones. Come light the world and help those in need through the Giving Machine, November 16th through January 1st at the Westfield Galleria Mall in Roseville and in Modesto at Valley Fair Mall. Choose from local charities serving your community or from global charities worldwide. Come feel the Christmas spirit at the Giving Machine. Learn more at givingmachine.greatersacramentomodesto.org.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Holidays at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey, this is Greg Pop-Up. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's happening for Ram Power Days now that Black Friday is here?
We are finishing the year strong by stocking up on new heavy-duty Ram trucks with over 300 available. And with savings up to $17,000 off MSRP, your perfect Ram truck is waiting at Hoblet.
That's some pretty big savings on those hard-to-find heavy duties.
And you won't find better deals on more Ram trucks than at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. There's a reason we continue to be one of the biggest Ram dealers in the country, with numerous customer service awards, including the very prestigious Walter P. Chrysler Award, which means we are in the top 1% of dealers in the nation. Once you buy from Hoblet, you won't buy anywhere else.
Don't miss the savings at Hoblet. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet. Period. 17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 tradesmans after 10,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 3,000 Hoblet select inventory coupons, 500 on-the-job upfit incentive with proof of business ownership, and 2,000 Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade-ins. 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details. Sample VIN 238277.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Reincarnated.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
So apparently, yeah, like I said, Kendrick dropped, and obviously he dropped right before the show. So I just got to quickly listen to some things. But Jay, I guess everybody could get it, huh?
Yeah, he's an equal opportunity employer right now, man.
Wow. I mean, I guess that's one way to go about it. Yeah. Now people won't feel he's just saying I'm sending shots at everybody. So I can't wait.
I mean, he even shooting at Uncle Snoop.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, they're both LA, so I don't get that. Yeah. I don't know.
And remember Uncle Snoop and Dre said Kendrick was the new one. He was the next guy. Remember years ago, he was the king of LA. So I just think K-Dot is he's in his bag right now.
The Snoop thing is interesting just because, two LA cats. And Snoop is in the Olympics now. I'm not really sure what he got to do with what Snoop got to do with anything.
According to the bar that I was reading, it's more or less that he didn't come to the aid of Kendrick throughout this whole Super Bowl thing. Like he was like, I got announced for the Super Bowl.
Got it. And Snoop didn't say, hey, y'all need to chill on hating on Kendrick. He
got to the Super Bowl, and I was the only one congratulating me. All these cats agitated. I'm just glad it's on their faces. Uncle Snoop didn't, woo, woo, woo.
I'll tell you this much. I just saw this clip of Snoop, and he was talking about the election, and he said, y'all notice I didn't say anything because I want people to be good people. I'm paraphrasing here, but something like that. And I'll tell you this much right now, Jay.
Yeah.
Some people might be red, some people might be blue, but we all green.
That's
deep
right.
down. And Snoop Dogg I'm not getting into none of that. Because my number one priority is getting this paper. And Kendrick, I love you. But I don't know where that's gonna leave me. I might need to do something with Wayne. Snoop he is faithful to his kids and money.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's everywhere too.
Everywhere.
Uncle Snoop dude is literally like oxygen. He everywhere at this point. But you know how it goes. You've been in positions where you've gotten the W, you've wanted life, some portion of life. And as they say, haters gonna hate, right? There's people around you. That's part of it. And, we were talking about that last segment with the Sacramento Kings. And I just think K-Dot is one of those guys, man, having the opportunity to, and here I go, I'm like dropping names or whatever, but having the opportunity to know him a little bit and work with him. He's a type of dude, like most people say Jay's straightforward.
Yeah.
Like he's very straightforward.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever wants to be misunderstood. That's kind of what I take from him.
Right.
And so I think he's like, listen, either we as family, we're going to figure this out and you're going to hear what I have to say. And it might not be over the phone and maybe through these bars.
Right.
And then we'll have a discussion about it later.
And then you always wonder when stuff like this comes out, did Kendrick try to call Snoop? And Snoop wasn't really trying to hear it.
Who knows?
I'm sure we will get to the bottom of it. But speaking of media, let's get to this sound from De'Aaron Fox. He was on FS1 and just breaking down, again, like we said, that Kings bingo card. I didn't get a chance to make it last night, but I guarantee you before the season is over, we are going to make this Kings bingo card. And De'Aaron is talking about paint touches on FS1. This is what he had to say.
Over the weekend, bro, you scored 109 points. Guys don't even play back-to-back no more. Now, only Kobe, you hear me? Let me tell you something. Only Kobe did that. How does that feel when, like, I'm watching you year in, year out, and I feel like you've improved every single year? Like, how does that feel, and how do you feel about your game right now?
You know what's crazy? So I look at it, and I'm like, 49 seemed like it's so far from 50, and then like 109 seemed like it's so far from 110, even though obviously it's right there. But I'm like, man, if I would have just made one of them free throws at the end of the game or made my first free throw of the game that I missed, I'm like, I could be like, it would have been a tie, or I might have even been ahead. But no, I mean, whenever you have it on, you got it on. Obviously, we were missing guys, but I think I was just in a groove. And Luke Laux, one of our assistant coaches, is like, you touch the paint this many times on average. Can we up this by 3 or 4 drives per game? Now you might get fouled two more times. We might get an open 3 for somebody else 1 or 2 more times. And that was just the emphasis that I had. And the game I scored 60, I touched the paint. I mean, I drove the ball 30 times. And then the game I had 49, I think I drove the ball 25 times. Like, those are like out of this world type of numbers. And I want to be, as consistent in that department, because then free throws comes. then I get to the rim more. Then, defense has to collapse and I can kick it out to open shooters even more. So that's really the point of emphasis. Nothing else really changed.
De'Aaron Fox keeps mentioning this, and he's been very open about it. But, yeah, Luke Laux and assistant coach Luke Laux and De'Aaron Fox, they've been working a lot together on the paint touches and just reminding De'Aaron, you are Roadrunner, Sonic the Hedgehog, and we can rank these speedsters later, but you are the fastest man in the league with the ball in your hands, maybe even without. You got to touch that paint. What I'm curious about, and it starts tonight, going back to what Mike Brown had to say about we didn't implement anything, and not to say that they had to implement anything different, but with DeMar DeRozan coming back is part of the reason De'Aaron Fox was kind of hanging on the perimeter and taking threes. 0 for 11 in Toronto, and taking some very high numbers of threes. Out of those big three, the De'Aaron feel, especially with Keegan Murray cold, Kevin Huerter's played pretty well. Did De'Aaron feel like out of those big three, he sacrificed, I'm going to be the floor spacer. I'm the best three-point shooter out of the three of us, so DeMar DeRozan can do his thing. So Domantas Sabonis can do his thing. And with DeMar DeRozan out, De'Aaron Fox has more space to get to the paint. So as much as this is about De'Aaron and a reminder to get to the paint, how do they work it so that DeMar DeRozan still feels a part of the offense, still gets his when you need him to get his, but the spacing is so much that De'Aaron can still get his, it might not be 30 every game, but can get as many paint touches as they're trying to get him to get per game or to achieve per game. That's what I want to find out over these next 10 games, because it makes sense that, and a lot of people got on me last week when I was talking about DeMar DeRozan and how the threes started to look better. And I'm saying, hey, it's still early in the season, but what we're seeing is a different version of this Kings team. That's just the truth. De'Aaron Fox is not touching the paint this much. Can he do it with DeMar DeRozan in the fold and with DeMar DeRozan also being a part of the offense? That's what we're trying to find out, because so far we've seen, hey, what is it, Jay? Foursquare or playing, hot potato. Hey, your time to go. Right. Now your tea party. Your time to go. Now my time to go.
I never heard of tea party. What was tea party?
Tea party.
It's hot. The tea's hot.
No, the tea party was when you just, for whatever reason, I don't really know I can't remember the point of tea party, but you're playing Foursquare.
Okay.
And you tea party and you just pass it back and forth. But me and you are boys.
Okay.
And we don't want them to be a part of it. So we tea party.
Okay.
And then you sneak attack on somebody.
Okay. I see where you got a little chamomile, little green tea.
Exactly. or Earl Grey, or somebody says
sleepy time.
Or somebody says, or you don't want to play with somebody and you just say, and they say, hey, no tea parties.
Okay.
So it can work a couple different ways.
You just gave me, you laced my tennis shoes. I had no clue.
That's how it was.
It sounded a little, I need it interesting.
Yes. So that's what it turned into sometimes. Hey, you go, or more like ping pong. You go, then I go. You go, then I go. Can they infuse it a little bit more? And we see a version of what De'Aaron was with DeMar DeRozan in the game. That's what we're trying to get to.
Yeah. I think you spot on. I don't think we had an answer still.
No.
And of course, the last couple of games, DeMar has been gone, Debo's been gone, and then now we've seen Fox get into the pot. He's been cooking it. So I still think that question needs to be solved. It'd be interesting moving forward, because I thought, and you tell me how you feel about this one, I thought De'Aaron was kind of taking a back seat to what DeMar was doing. Like, go ahead, you get your feet comfortable, get your feet wet, get comfortable in our offense, and then I'll figure out to work around you throughout the game. And so it's going to be interesting with now DeMar coming back tonight. De'Aaron's been cooking the last week or so, and how DeMar finds his role in this offense with De'Aaron kind of being the number one option.
Yeah, so the very first game of the season, in the pregame presser with Mike Brown, I asked Mike Brown, hey, has there been some type of, we're getting DeMar comfortable and then we're going to figure things out?
Missed that.
He said no. He said no, we haven't really had to. I asked him about the balance between letting dudes cook, but making sure DeMar feels welcome, getting him into the fold. He said hasn't been an issue because DeMar, he's a really good passer, even a better passer than Coach Brown realized when they brought DeMar in. He said no, and all I'm going to say is this, Jay, I think he may have played it down a little bit.
Gotcha.
I think that's quite possible because it was obvious. I mean, it was a lot of DeMar to start.
Yeah,
and
it was.
The way he plays, he's at the free throw line a lot, and I think it all comes together because I know, Jay, you played second base, so there was always action there. But what do they talk about for pitching? If you're walking dudes, what normally happens? Errors, because we just standing there.
Yeah.
So some of the shooters, DeMar DeRozan is at the free throw line time and time again, and I'm Kevin Herter. My hand's a little cold. You know what I mean? Keegan Murray, man, I haven't shot in a little bit here, you know? So I don't know. I'm not part of the tea party. Meanwhile, DeMar's got 15 in the first half, and that's all fine and good. But we're looking here saying, dang, why is Keegan shooting 28%? So I'm not putting it on DeMar. I'm just saying when we discussed this transition period, we didn't really know what it looked like. And what we know now is that, okay, DeMar can get a bucket whenever he wants. So maybe now let's focus on the other dudes because DeMar is going to be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
Yeah, he's going to be good.
You know what, Styles? You just popped something to my mind, and I don't know if I had even thought about this season in the form of Keegan struggling. Trey Lyles started off struggling, and he's played well the last few games, and we can attest that to injury. But has Keegan fell off a little bit because they've tried to fit DeMar into this offense and maybe De'Aaron's just so potent that kind of like what we're talking about DeMar, De'Aaron could get his points whenever he wants. And Domas is going to get it because he can get it without having the ball, right? Maybe Keegan's struggles have stemmed from the fact that they've tried to figure and factor into what DeMar getting comfortable in his offense.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, and that was a conversation people were saying, hey, how could this affect Keegan's growth? Right? When DeMar DeRozan came in. A lot of people thought it was more so about, Keegan being a focal point in the offense and taking that step offensively. What we're seeing or what I'm seeing is that DeMar DeRozan, his number one calling card is getting a bucket.
For sure.
So now you didn't bring DeMar DeRozan in to ask him to guard the best guard, big guard wing. You didn't bring him into, everybody's supposed to crash the boards, but you didn't bring him in to bang on the boards. He's not as big as Keegan. Keegan goes healthy 6'9", and Keegan got bigger over the offseason on that muscle milk. So you're not asking him to do as much. You brought him in to score. Right. So now they've admitted they're asking Keegan to do more, and it's affecting his ability to score. So if they brought in somebody different who wasn't as score heavy, maybe, and just did different things, we wouldn't be seeing that person put up the DeMar numbers, but maybe we'd be seeing Keegan with better offensive numbers because they're not asking him. Maybe you bring in somebody that can guard the best player on the other team. Exactly.
Marshall. Yeah.
So it's definitely a thing. Ultimately, I think they'll get there. And I know I was joking that I have a email drafted to Kenyon Murray, Keegan's pops, because he's been all over Twitter.
I heard he has been.
Talking about, hey, most miles ran, but the usage is down. So I want to get him on the line and see what he's thinking because, it's Keegan, his role is expanding, but offensively, it's been an issue. All right, let's get to the other side. And when we do, we will discuss the Clippers Kings preview part 2, where the Kings and Clippers fall in net ratings. And let's have a conversation about Mike Brown versus Ty Lue. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
subcontractorsunited.com.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
The holidays are always a great time to get together with family and friends, but nothing beats the thrill of Stockton Honda's deals. During Happy Honda Days, find the perfect ride in person or online. With over 400 new Hondas ready to go, now is the time to buy at Northern California's #1 Honda deal, Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
We got this Clippers Kings preview, but also Mike on the text line, and TC, we see you. We'll get to you. Also Mike on the text line, he's leading me to this kind of nerdy stat that I had, because he says, how about you just put DeMar and Fox in the pick and roll, or in this case, the pick and pop? How do you guard that? So
I like that, though.
I believe what Folsom Mike is saying is to use them, because normally it's Domas setting the screen. What if it was them? And maybe there's another layer to that as well. But, you know, I think that's something that could be used on this team. So this is the nerdy stat that I had. Most points per possession as the pick and roll ball handler this season. Number 1, DeMar DeRozan.
Debo.
At 1.28. Number 2, De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
At 1.2 even. So those guys working with Domas literally are number 1, number 2. We know the DHO, the handoff, that's what they do well. Now, how would it work if both of them are working together? I think that's really interesting, Folsom Mike, and I haven't seen too much of it. That is the conversation that we had at times last season when things got a bit stale. Okay, you got this flow offense. We know everybody just shoot when you're open. Keon, you're going to get benched if you don't shoot when you're open. That's cool. How is this thing? And now we've seen, honestly, just from the naked eye, sometimes they just, you know, whether it's DeMar DeRozan working with Domas and doing his DHO, or it's just DeMar go get a bucket, the layers, they almost seem like two different offenses that they run. It's either one of the guys, De'Aaron, DeMar get a bucket, or let's run what we normally run. So, yeah, I haven't seen anything like what Folsom Mike is referring to. We're about to get to this Clippers Kings preview part 2, but TC, I saw TC had Jay cracking up behind the glass. I don't know what TC was telling Jay. What's up, TC? Happy Friday. What you got?
What's up, bro? Happy Friday, man. Y'all stay safe in the rain. All I told Jay was the honest truth. It's over. Man, this whole dance with the Niners is over, man. T.O. getting that Debo, Tom Brady on Tom Brady on national TV talking about Kyle and his play. Like, listen, bro, it's a shenanigans. Like, listen, it's over. I try to tell y'all it's over. Each and every day is something coming out trying to show everybody that it's over, man. It's over. And I hate to say it, though, you know, and that's coming from a diehard Niner fan, bro. But it's over, man. It's over for Kyle, and it's over for this team, man. Debo, stop talking. You're doing way too much talking, man, other than getting on the field and balling, but you want to get at the kicker and all. Like, man, stop it, man. This team is full of shenanigans, bro. It's over. Kittle ready to go to WWE. It's a wrap, y'all. That's what I told Jay. It's a wrap, man. Niner fans, y'all prepare for it. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call, TC. And look, we got Niners coming up a little later. Shenanigans.
Man.
The Shanahan shenanigans. How about that? I mean, the T.O. stuff was hilarious, though. I got
it was. But that's T.O., man. You know how T.O. get down.
And did you see Debo responded?
Yeah, T.O. cut it out, fam. And I mean, sometimes you just gotta let it lock in and just do what let T.O. do what he came to do.
Yes.
Which is he still need a little bit of shine. You know, he's got to pick up to 15 minutes every now and then.
Right.
Still allow him to go out and have appearances, make money, So I am with TC in this form. And I'm not, you're a Raider?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a Raider. I am in the form of this. The 49ers, and I said this weeks ago, I thought this was a very average team from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You throw in the Ayuk situation, in the beginning of the season.
Right.
You throw in some injuries, the CMC situation. I still say they fumbled that from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You don't announce CMC is going to be done for however many weeks, a week or so before. And this is the other part. CMC knew that leg was hurting.
Yes.
We knew that leg was hurting in January.
Yeah.
Right. And so I do think the 49ers have dug themselves a bigger ditch. And now we see they're struggling to get out of it compared to what they've done the last few seasons. I'm not willing to say, and I'd like to hear TC, and I'm pretty sure we will hear from him again. Does he mean it's over for the season, or does he mean this iteration of who the 49ers are? Because he's talking about Kittle going to do some WWE and stuff.
Yeah.
Are they done in the form of how we know it?
Well, they need, and like I said, we're going to get to the Niners in depth in the 12 o'clock hour after our Keon Ellis interview. That's at 12. But they need, first of all, Saubert, he caught one pass, couple passes. You can't keep missing on the Cam Latus. You need to finally find, look, the Bills, they thought it was Dawson Knox. What are they bring in Dalton Kincaid. We rocking and rolling.
That's right.
These tight ends normally have long shelf lives. You hit. Right, I would even say, look at the Chiefs and Noah Gray be catching passes.
Yeah, you do.
So you have to be out there, and you got to find somebody. The Debo thing, I'll tell you what, Jay, and you remember this. It wasn't too long ago. They said Debo, he was supposed to be in the best shape of his career. He was sending shirtless pics to Kyle Shanahan. They were all joking about his six pack. And what happened? What happened, Jay?
Oh, man, you know how it goes. We week 12? Where are we at?
Yeah,
week 12?
He's not sending pictures no more.
Yeah, because everybody's banged up by week 12. And when you're 30 years old, you're a little more banged up than what you were at 26. And another part is, and I'll stop the 49er conversation because we could talk for the next 4 hours about it.
Mm-hmm.
The form of this is Shanahan's just not putting, and I know this brings a smile to TC face. Shanahan, in my opinion, is just not putting Debo in the proper situations to allow him to showcase that six pack. But there's many different things going wrong with the 49ers. That's just one of a plethora.
Yeah, it is. I would say this: if you're the Niners, and we'll get into it, I think you're happy. I know the Brock Purdy situation. You might be happy that it's snowing in Green Bay because Jordan Love not going to be able to fling that thing all around the field. This might give you a better shot.
I agree, but it also gives you a better shot if Shanahan comes off the schneid and gives the ball to J.P. Mason.
Yes,
and CMC. And Garindo probably 4, 5, 6 times. You got to, it's by committee right now. CMC is not 100%, as he's talked about, and the 49ers have said this. We talked about this on the Drive Guys a couple days ago. They all use the word ramp. It was we had a BMX contest. We heard ramp 50 times at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
We're going to ramp him up. And so he's being ramped up, but he's 75%. Stop putting the ball in his gut for 20 times.
That's what
and
they
go ahead and
want.
let JP. But it's not there, though.
Yeah,
it's not there.
It's not there. And somebody was saying, "Man, I really like what the Commanders do. They got Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler in the backfield. When you got CMC, when I thought when they made that move, Jay, I'm thinking we're gonna see Debo and CMC in the back in the backfield. It's not any of it.
Yep.
Any of it. You gotta be inventive, Mr. Kyle Shanahan, offensive genius. All right. Speaking of offensive and defensive geniuses. Ty Lue is regarded as a top coach in the league, and I am curious, as far as Mike Brown is concerned, what's the difference there? What is the perceived difference there? Let's get into our Clippers Kings preview part 2. And because it is part 2, we're going to go about it a little bit differently. Talk about the coaches and the tail of the tape there. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It's Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. Where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills have features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
What's happening, everybody? It's your boy Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. It's that time of year. You know what time of year it is. The Mercedes-Benz Vans year-end sales event is underway. Don't think twice, because it's the perfect opportunity to take your drive to the next level. They're perfect for any business needs. Mercedes-Benz Vans, they offer a wide range of commercial vehicles. Trust me on this. They got Sprinter vans. You could turn it into a worker cargo van, a worker passenger van, or how about just a plain old passenger van? I could do that also. They're fully customizable. And one of the things I love about their Sprinter vans, I'm a big guy, I could fit in them comfortably. So now is the time to head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. They can help you with all your van needs. Ask about customer cash and even special financing options. And business owners, now is the time to take advantage of those year-end tax breaks. So take the short drive down I-5 or go online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com, and tell them your boy Drape sent you.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Mike Brown, he is a guy who is I would say highly respected in the game. But when it comes to elite coaches, I don't know that his name gets mentioned. And whether or not it should get mentioned more, that's ultimately the question, right? We know what he did with LeBron. We know what he did as an assistant coach with the Warriors, getting this opportunity with the Kings, breaking that drought with the Kings. But he doesn't seem to get the same shine as we get into our Clippers-Kings preview part 2. The Kings 10th in net rating, the Clippers 12th in net rating, and the Kings and Clippers right now kind of battling it out. The Clippers have, in a weird way, kind of had the Kings number as they beat the Kings earlier this season. They beat the Kings, what was that, in Sacramento as well. So now the Kings head down to Inglewood and try to get their lick back. The Clippers are 9-7 right now. No Kawhi Leonard. The Kings 8-7. Yeah, their last couple games, they've been missing Malik, and then they lose Domantas, Sabonis, and DeMar DeRozan. They actually won one of those games. Luckily, it was against the Jazz, and then they lose. So it's still early on, but you have a guy in Ty Lue who is essentially known for, I would say, doing more with less. And it's funny because he has his championship from that 3-1 blown lead by the Warriors, the first time it ever happened in NBA history. And when you win a ring, you get put into a different tier. It doesn't really matter how you win the ring or whatever the case may be. I wouldn't say Ty Lue was playing with slouches or was coaching slouches over there with Kyrie, LeBron, and Kevin Love, but you were going up against that. And that was a super team before the Warriors added Kevin Durant. The Warriors, obviously, we know they drafted and did things that way, made some moves. Then you get Kevin Durant, and it's just, sure, it's over. But let's not act like even in that 3-1 season, Ty Lue, I know the Warriors had the best regular season record in the history of the NBA, but let's not act like Ty Lue was over here running around with the LeBron teams when it was Mike Brown, to be completely honest with you. So we pulled this up. This was months ago, going into the 2024-2025 season. As CBS Sports, they ranked the coaches. So where all these coaches land, I'm not going to spend my time on all the other coaches. Let's just focus on Ty Lue versus of course Mike Brown. So they're ranking. We're going down, and each tiers have names, right? And tier 6 is middle of the road. Mike Brown isn't in that one. Tier 5 was Greg Popovich by himself, the living legend. And then you have tier 4 as obvious floor raisers. You have Mike Brown with the Kings. He is on the fringe in that list. He's number 13. Mike Brown for the Kings, number 13. Chris Finch with the Timberwolves, number 12. Joe Mazzulla, who is a champion, but a little bit early. Joe Mazzulla, 11. Tom Thibodeau, number 10 with the Knicks. Mike Budenholzer, number 9 with the Suns. And Ime Udoka, number 8 with the Rockets. So Mike Brown, 13. Should we look at that? I wouldn't say it's disrespectful. I would say it could be more respectful. Are you putting him in front of Chris Finch? Are you putting him in front of Joe Mazzulla? Are you putting him in front of Tom Thibodeau? Are you putting him in front of Budenholzer or Ime Udoka? Ime Udoka, he's the hot name. That's number 8. So now let's get to tier 3. You have Will Hardy with the Jazz at number 7 and Mark Daigneault at number 6 with the Thunder. Will Hardy with the Jazz, I think that's interesting. At number 7, I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's a few of them there. I'm like, a little
high.
They getting a lot of love that have not had done anything yet.
I would double. What did the Jazz do? I'm trying to remember that.
That'd be nothing,
right? I'm trying to remember that. This is what they say. The past 2 seasons, the past 2 Jazz seasons have been the story of a coach preventing a general manager from tanking. He turned Lauri Markkanen into a star. That's what they're saying. He built enormously successful lineups out of spare parts. He went 13-7. I mean, they did have that hot start last season,
and
I guess.
They fell off.
Yeah, he went 13-7 with his proper starting lineup, and then Danny Ainge traded Fontecchio away, folding up yet another pleasantly surprising campaign. Hardy has a lot in common with the next coach on this list, who happens to be the reigning coach of the year. Well, let's see who that is. They're talking about at number 5 or tier 2, number 5, the elites. All right. And sorry, they were talking about Mark Daigneault because Will Hardy was 7. Mark Daigneault was 6. But like I said, let's get to tier 2, the elites. Number 5, Ty Lue, the Clippers. Number 4, Steve Kerr, the Warriors. Number 3, Rick Carlisle with the Pacers. And number 2, Nick Nurse with the 76ers. The Nick Nurse at number 2 is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it is for me. Yeah.
It's kind of nuts to me.
That's pretty high.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, what?
You got the ship. That's why.
But you know what's funny? A lot of these dudes, it's either you had a surprise season.
Yeah.
Or you had a surprise season, you did what you were supposed to do with your talent, or the third option, which is where Ty Lue always fits in. I compare him to Brad Stevens, you do more with less. And I think that is where Ty Lue has kind of slotted in. Because off the top of my head, Jay, and I like Ty Lue a lot. I saw him on Last Chance U. He talked to the boys out there in SoCal, the JUCO boys out there in SoCal. I like Ty Lue, and I think he's a dang good coach. But you won with LeBron. You beat the best team regular season wise. I get it. And don't let me get into, Steph wasn't healthy, all that. I'm not getting into all that. You won. But Ty Lue, Kawhi has been in and out. Paul George has been in and out. And I feel like Ty Lue kind of broke into this elite category from his time with the Clippers because Kawhi Leonard was never on the court.
Yeah, it's definitely what you said, done more with less compared to what was supposed to be on paper for Ty Lue. Ty Lue seems like he's pulling the strings.
Yeah.
He is the puppet master when it comes down to the Clippers right now. So I'm with you on that.
If you put Ty Lue as the coach of the Kings, do you think they're better?
I think so.
You do?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think this is no fault to who Mike Brown is. Mike Brown to me is a player's coach.
Yeah.
I really do. And I as a former athlete, I'm with all of that. I like that.
Yeah.
I also think Ty Lue is a player's coach. Mm-hmm. The only separation I have with them, and this is, I can understand if someone wants to call me on it, totally get it. There's always a little more respect for someone who's done it, who's done what the players have done it. They've lived it. They've went through it. Mike Brown didn't do that on a professional level in the NBA.
Yeah.
And so that's, to me, that's where I give him the one up. Mm-hmm. And the other part too is you'll find this out as a father of a youngster. I have a 14-year-old now, just turned 14 a week and a half ago or something. I have to constantly update who I am and understand that, not from the old school. I can't keep saying old school looking. I'm cut from a different cloth to my daughter.
Right.
I have to really try to understand where she's coming from in certain instances because she's not living the same way that I lived. Right. And so I think that's what puts Ty Lue above Mike Brown for me is he's actually done it in the form of he can say, I know what it feels like to do this, where Mike Brown can't really say that.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a difference. It makes a difference for me.
Right. And a lot of coaches can't.
Yeah, of course.
I do think, and a lot of coaches do lean on that. So I think where we're getting is that Ty Lue is kind of a balance of both. Yes. You have coaches that have done it, but they can't really articulate the coaching side of it. And then you have coaches that haven't done it, but they can articulate the coaching side of it. Ty Lue can do both.
Who's going to be number one on the list is Spo, right? So
that's right.
But he didn't play.
No.
Minus college, but that's the point. Yeah. And so that for me, that's really the only way. And it's also about what you like too as a person. Like I like Ty Lue's schemes a little more than I do with Mike Brown. And that's just a personal thing.
Yeah.
That has nothing against Mike Brown. And hopefully he would understand that. I'm pretty sure it's like music. We like certain artists and we don't, right?
Yeah.
And so I like Ty Lue's schemes and the way he goes about operating and who he is. And I like Mike Brown too. I just like Ty Lue's just a little more.
Yeah, and I'm looking here. They're 9-7. The Kings 8-7. They're the 8 very early, the 8 seed right now. And let's do what this is where Ty Lue is in his bag because everybody wrote off the Clippers. No Kawhi. You got Derrick Jones Jr. and what's left of Harden, and maybe they will be bottom feeders by the end of it. But he gets those boys motivated.
True.
Time and time again, and they're gonna compete.
Yeah,
they might not be the most talented, but they're going to compete.
They're some knuckleheads, man.
And just like you said, and just like they said about the Will Hardy, Laurie Marketing thing, sure, now all of a sudden, I know he's injured now, but Norm Powell is dropping 20-plus a game.
I know, yeah.
So that is where it's, okay, this is the things that Ty Lue is hanging his hat on, not to do the I call it the Brock Purdy experiment and switch. Hey, if Justin Herbert was on the Niners, they would have won 18 championships. I'm not trying to do that, but I do find it interesting as we look at these rosters. And again, the Kings, you need to start getting away from 500 here, and you got to do it sooner than later.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Let me mention this before you go to break, and this is the great part about what Mike Brown has done is they both have, meaning Ty Lue and Mike Brown, have the stability factor.
Yeah.
Like prior to Mike Brown, this organization, when it came to coaching, was just a little bit everywhere. And some of it, a lot of it was on the coaching. Some of it could be on the organization. Some could be on some things that we weren't privy to, information behind closed doors. I'm not exactly sure. But you have to give Mike credit, the absolute utmost respect for coming in here, making this a stable organization to where the point of it is that is the start. I think we're, now I'm asking, not to speak in third person, Jay is asking now to make this a championship driven organization. But for the longest, we all know the years and the statistics and the facts of what happened with the Sacramento Kings, that they weren't good for a long time. And so I will say this, I'm not sure there are that many coaches who could have came in here and did what Mike Brown has done.
Yeah.
So you got to give him the utmost respect and credit for that too, though.
Yes, he's
a stabling factor,
right?
In what's going on with the Kings.
What I've seen from the text line and what I've seen from the Sac Chat and the call line and people will get at me on social media. The question is, there are rumblings as to whether or not Mike Brown could be the Mark Jackson to the Kings as Mark Jackson was to the Warriors. I think that we will know more about that situation at the end of this season, because he's never had he doesn't have Harrison Barnes anymore. You got DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
So let's see what you do with a bit of a thin bench, but your top five. I mean, you're there. You got to produce with what you have now.
True.
You got what you got. I think 3-4 dudes on top 100 lists. I mean, you got to get it done.
Yeah, and depending on what list you're looking at,
and nobody's. You're working on a expectation of just getting to the playoffs. Nobody's even saying you got to have a parade.
Right. Just get there.
Be
a part of the party.
That's it.
Yeah. Don't wait for the invitation. Invite yourself.
Hit that Evite RSVP.
Right.
All right. On the other side, we've talked about the priority list for Keegan Murray. What should the priority list be for the Kings? Keegan's development, winning games no matter what, getting DeMar infused into the team. Let's open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. We're rocking and rolling. Allen Stiles here, Sacktown Sports.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
This Saturday, November 23rd, the regional rivalry is renewed as it's the 70th annual Causeway Classic. It's the UC Davis Aggies battling the Sacramento State Hornets on Native American Heritage Day, and a salute to the senior class for Sacramento State. That's this Saturday at 2 at Hornet Stadium. Tickets on sale now at hornetsports.com. Be there for the Causeway Classic, UC Davis and Sacramento State. Stingers up.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We got Jay Johnson behind the glass for us today. Jay and I just found out that we're neighbors. I think we knew we were semi-neighbors, but I was actually pushing baby Stiles, and it's funny because I just more of a I stare a lot when I'm just on the street running, whatever.
What, man, keep your head on the swivel out in these streets, man.
And I see a car and I look and you look back. This was, I think, last weekend. I said, that's Jay. And you gave me a wave. So I was checking in with you. We're about to move. So we'll still be in the Thomas, but
What's up, man?
Yeah, we'll be at a different spot.
Dude,
but
I was like coming back from, so I'm a car guy. I'm not sure if you know, I'm a car guy. Car guy, man. So I literally have too many cars, right? So
you got cars like shoes.
Not that many.
Okay.
I wish. I have too many shoes. I actually need to give some away. But so I'm coming back and forth. I'm taking, and you have a significant other, mine's my wife. She's not a car person at all. So like she's like, can you get one of these cars and do this for me? And then the car she drives, which is a Tesla, right? She drives a Tesla more times than not. I need air in these tires.
Yeah.
That type of stuff. So now I'm like, okay, the 2 cars that she normally drives, I had to put some effort into that weekend.
Right.
So I'm back and forth literally up from like the air spot and all, man. Just so I'm looking and I'm like, I could have swore I saw you one time.
Yeah.
But I was like, nah. Then as we're coming, crossing paths like 2 shifts of the night, I saw that is Styles, man. Like, dude, this is ridiculous. I'm
Had you out here?
Yeah, man. I was hustling, brother, like a G leaguer.
You gotta work. Yeah, then you get to do your car show. You gotta earn the brownie points.
That
Jay.
is true, man. That's true.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. And we're looking for Keegan Murray to earn some brownie points the same way Keon Ellis did. By the way, 10 minutes, we're gonna run that Keon Ellis interview from yesterday. If you missed it, great stuff from Keon as he cools off, or hopefully doesn't cool off from what he did earlier this week against the Hawks, and the Kings head down to Inglewood. Got an uncle in Inglewood. Shout out to Unc.
Is that
down
right?
there. Yes, I do.
That's where I lived for a long time.
Oh yeah. Uncle down in Inglewood. Actually,
up.
when we were doing in high school, when I would go down for the travel ball tryouts and stuff, we would say with Unc in Inglewood.
Yeah,
that's how it went
what's
down.
up, man. Yeah, daughter was born in the wood, man.
I did not know that.
5-6 years, till we moved back there to Sacramento. Yes, Hawthorne, Inglewood, El Segundo. I was all around that South Bay for 12 years, man.
You gonna go down into it though?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not pressed like a lot of people are.
Sure.
Yeah, but I mean, one of these days we'll catch a Kings game down there.
Right, gotta do it.
I'm more I'd rather see a concert.
Yes.
For me.
Yes.
I mean,
yes. Well, look, I know
whatever.
you got connections, so that won't be hard.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be like you when I grow up, sir.
I'm looking back at you. So as we talk about growing up and growing the game, Keegan Murray has come up a lot. And by the way, 916, and I see you responded, Jay. 916, newsflash from the 916, Dalton Connect had 17 last night. Is averaging one less point than Keegan. Yeah, you don't got a news flash in here, 916. Yeah. We are very aware. We are very aware.
'Tis is the season.
Yes, we are very aware. All I can say is we waiting for you, Mr. Carter. Hey, Mr. Carter, where you been? And that's what we're going to play when Devin Carter does come back, because trust me, you listen to the show at all, you know how I felt about Dalton Connect. But we got to push forward. It is what it is, and just hope that Devin Carter is who we've been told that the Kings think he's going to be. But, I was thinking about the priority list for the Kings. We spend so much time talking about the priority list for Keegan. And hey, should it be Keegan just be a catch and shoot guy, or Keegan, we want you to be that. And I know Swiss Army knife might give people a little bit of PTSD because I called Harrison Barnes a dull Swiss Army knife. But Keegan, we need you to bang on the boards.
What? What'd you call HB? A dull Swiss Army knife?
My nickname for HB was a dull Swiss Army knife. And the Spurs, we talked to a Spurs guy last week, and he said he was taking that. He said he was taking it because that's what he's doing out there in San Antonio.
Hey, he had 25 last night in a win with no Wemby.
Cool.
And 25 and 10.
Well, then he's good for the rest of the year.
Who would have ever thought I'd be defending Harrison Barnes here?
He's good for the rest of the season now, Jay. Now he's hit his limit, and I guarantee you Spurs fans are thinking right now, why can't we see that every night? Or a version of that. Not that, but something like that.
First of all, Swiss Army knives, to the best of my knowledge, they're not that sharp anyway.
Well, that's what you then take with that what you want.
So he's duller than the average Swiss Army knife.
Well, he's not sharp.
Okay.
On the court, sometimes, hey, he's in the River Rock now. We
let him go.
HB, we respect you.
That's right.
And best of luck to you. But I only say that because Keegan Murray now, all right, Keegan, guard the best player. All right, Keegan, bang the boards. All right, Keegan, we still need you to be a sharpshooter. So we've been talking about that. I want to look at it from a larger standpoint of what the priority list should be for the Kings. So I have here on this list Keegan's development / thinking about the future. That would include a Keon Ellis and a Devin Carter when he starts playing. Next, I have winning or winning games no matter what. Next, I have or getting DeMar infused into the team. Now, when we've talked about Keegan Murray, somebody that I've compared him to is Michael Porter Jr. So the Nuggets approach, and maybe this wasn't how they initially felt. Let's not forget, I know that he had some injuries, but Michael Porter Jr., he was supposed to be one of them dudes. And he comes from Missouri. He was injured. He falls essentially to the Nuggets. And the Nuggets were in a position where, hey, we're growing, and we're trying to take steps. Nuggets won a championship, but all Michael Porter Jr. can do is shoot. That's his game. He can't really do anything else. So the Nuggets, they put him into a box because he fit a specific box for that championship run. And now all of a sudden that the Nuggets need more from him, they can't get it. He's too far. And I know he's not old. He's not an old player, but now he's to the point where he's too far gone. So they sacrificed essentially the growth of Michael Porter Jr. to get that sharpshooting ability and win a championship. Would they trade it? I think not. But them's the breaks. That's what it is now. Maybe they can get him back where he needs to be. So for Keegan Murray, if you have Domantas Sabonis scoring at the rate he's been scoring, and you have DeMar DeRozan scoring the way he can score, and you have De'Aaron Fox scoring the way he can score, are the Kings in an unofficial way telling us that it's more important for Keegan to do the kind of Aaron Gordon, dare I say, type things, kind of the grittier things than scoring the basketball? because that's what we need right now. And maybe it'll help in the long run because we all think that Keegan is going to get his stroke back at some point. But is that important? Is it more important to just say, you know what? We're going to make a move, not with Keegan, but make a move so Keegan doesn't have to do all this and he can focus on shooting? Because that would be then winning games no matter what. Hey, we're not really worried about who Keegan's going to be in 5 years. We want to take the best version of Keegan Murray right now. As far as DeMar DeRozan is concerned, hey, we're not really worried about getting DeMar comfortable. DeMar's going to get his spots when he gets his spots. The first 15 games, we let DeMar cook. We're 8-7. We got to be 8-7. So we're going De'Aaron Fox, DeMar. We're not going as many ISOs. You might not feel comfortable, but that's what it is. What should the priority list be for the Sacramento Kings? Let's continue the conversation on the other side and talk about what's worked for the Kings so far and what hasn't. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Toyota's Black Friday sales event ends soon. Take advantage of the biggest savings of the year and gear up for adventure in a legendary Toyota truck.
Ready, set, let's go.
Get $2,000 cash back on Tundra and Tundra Hybrid, or lease a Tacoma 4x4 for as low as $269 a month.
Ready, set, let's go.
The clock is ticking on Toyota's Black Friday sales event. Don't miss out. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers of premium rated credit ends 12/2/24.
Did you know that replacing garage doors is the biggest return on investment homeowners can get on improvements? Jason Ross here, and let me tell you about the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, a family-owned and operated company with third-generation owners that's been in business for 71 years right here in Sacramento. With new garage doors from Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, you'll not only get the wow factor, but you'll also know that you're working with a well-respected and proven company. Residential and commercial, brand new garage doors, or repairs to existing doors, they do it all. Take advantage of their free at-home estimates on new garage doors or check out the showroom with no appointment needed. And while you're at it, mention me, Jason Ross, or Sacktown Sports and receive $100 off a new garage door paired with a new garage door opener. Check out their website at ohdsac.com or call them at 916-421-3747. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, The genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
About to get into this Keon Ellis interview. As far as the conversation we were having, what should the priority list be for the Kings? Yeah, I mean, I think number one, in my opinion, is winning games no matter what, right? And we're going to have Olden Polynice on, former Kings player, FS1, NBA analyst, and that's at 1:15. And I really want to ask OP, well, Dave is making me ask him or tell him something about owing Dave money. So Dave is making me say that. But I really want to ask him, when a move gets made, at what point should you know the identity of your team? Is that we're at 15 games right now. What after these 10, at 25, should you know? At 30, should you know? It better not be at 40.
You know what he's going to say?
What?
Because I've heard him say this. Changes every 5 games.
Man.
Because Mike has said,
yeah,
he takes his, the portions of the season every 5 games.
Right.
I also know I've heard him say it takes first 20 or so games to kind of figure out some things. So maybe that's the first initial, progress report, so to say. But you know how coaches are, man. Coaches always say it's fluid.
Yeah.
And Mike, to me, seems to always say that too. I don't know your take, but he normally is like, it's fluid, man. Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Hey, today it's this.
Yeah.
Tomorrow it might be something else. And then if you infuse
a trade or two, then you kind of reshuffling your look too as well.
And that's what's interesting, because they made the move. It was Mikal Bridges that was done a while back, but they made the move before Karl Anthony Towns went to the Knicks. And you have the work that they did on the side. Obviously, it's not the same as working, practicing with the whole team. But as far as the trade deadline goes, I always joke, because it's like these GMs, they forget that you don't have to wait until the trade deadline to make trades.
Very true.
Because to me, and how this turns back, how this translates back into what the team is right now, if you are going to make a move and you're still implementing and infusing DeMar DeRozan, you might even argue it's tough, because you want to see what you have, but it's okay. So we're going to make another move as soon as we feel like we have something cooking a little bit. So what is that balance of, we shouldn't wait. I mean, you wait till February. That's a lot. That's not a lot of time. If you feel I feel like the bigger the move, the earlier it should happen. And I would say, if anybody's talking about a Cam Johnson or somebody that's going to get heavy minutes and possibly start, you might be looking like a Christmas present. I think that might be where you need to go with all that. Speaking of where we're going to go, let's get to that Keon Ellis interview, Jay. It was great stuff yesterday from Keon. He stopped by right after practice and had some things to say we talked about the doghouse situation, Keon being on fire, of course, against the Hawks, and what the Kings need to do to get back on the winning side of things moving forward. Here it is. And lucky for us, we are joined by the hottest shooter on the Kings right now, Keon Ellis. Keon, thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you for having me.
Keon, let's start here. I know you're about to get into practice, and you guys got a big game tomorrow against the Clippers. Everybody, you have been the talk of the town for a couple different reasons, but let's start here. 9 threes, 33 points, career high. No DeMar DeRozan, no Malik Monk, no Domantas Sabonis. What was your thought process going into that game, and what led to your success there?
Honestly, my thought process going into the game was same as always. Just try to go out there, play hard, make the right plays, make the right reads, and let everything take care of itself. But I think we were down early in that game, and then we made the right plays as a team, and it led to me being the one to take the wide open shot. So after the first couple fell. And at that point, I was like, well, I won't look to do anything else other than shoot until I miss. And then I just kept making every shot. So it was like, I'm only shooting from here on out. So until I miss, that's literally what I'm going to do. So shots were falling, and then they kept, I kept getting found wide open. So just kept letting it fly and just kept shooting.
Keon, we're talking to Keon Ellis here, is joining us before the Kings get into their practice. Keon, I'm trying to figure out the best way to ask this, but I don't even know if you know this or not, but you were the talk of the town the game prior to that, because obviously you guys had a situation where towards the end of the game, there was maybe a three that you could have taken. You didn't take it. That very next game, a lot of people noticed that Mason Jones came into the game, Jordan McLaughlin came into the game, and I'm sitting there on social media saying, is Keon in the doghouse? What's going on? Then you come out the next game and you drop 9 threes. Is that a situation where you and Mike Brown have a conversation where it's, hey, we want you to do certain things and we're trying to get you there, and he's putting it in the ball in your hands, no pun intended, to kind of keep that mentality and fire you up in a way?
No, there's no conversations had. I mean, I think, with, the guys that we have out, I think that opens up the door for opportunity for a lot of our guys. So, I mean, we are a team for a reason. So, I think that opens the door for our entire roster to kind of get a look and, see what we have. So we were able to pull that game out. But I think, we went into that Atlanta game, kind of just on regular programming, like, we're going to do our regular lineups. And then, I mean, that just kind of turned out how it did. We kind of didn't change anything, went into the game. If you're open, let it fly, but still with anybody being ready with their number to be called. So, no, but there was no talk. There was no, I think I knew like what I should have done in that situation. And I even told Fox, but he was just like, just bounce back for the next game. It's the NBA, moves fast. So even after the game I just had, now we're on to the Clippers next.
Yeah.
So got to put that one behind you. I mean, it was a good night. We would have been better to get the win, but I think now you just focus on what's ahead.
Keon, with the injuries that you guys have had, obviously we've had you on the show before, and we're talking to Keon Ellis, hottest shooter in Sacramento right now. With the injuries you guys have had, how does it go where you're going up against a team like the Hawks, you don't get the W? Is it a game where you throw the whole game out because, hey guys, we're missing Malik, we're missing Sabonis, we're missing DeRozan? Or is it, hey, yeah, we were missing those guys, but we also had opportunities and we're going to learn from it in these ways? How do games like this, where 3 huge productive players are missing, how does a game like that get viewed?
Well, I think we go into the game, not trying to make an excuse for, us dropping a game because we have players out. I mean, injuries happen all over the league, So, I mean, we still went out there, played a hard game, put ourselves in a spot to win the game. So I don't think you can. I mean, people are still going to say, oh, well, we didn't have all 3 of our guys. So, I mean, we were still in a good position to win. And I mean, when we went back and watched film, we definitely seen the plays where we kind of let, the easy ones slip away, and, things that we could have prevented. So, I mean, yeah, it would have been nice to have those guys and been at full strength. But I think with the guys that we had, we definitely still had a chance to win. So, I mean, you definitely, it's a tough one to lose considering you're right there. But, I mean, kind of like I said earlier, you just got to move on.
Yeah.
You have to move on to the next one. But definitely a tough one to give when you're, especially on a night like that.
Well, Keon, let's move on here. One more for you, then we'll let you get back to it. As you go to Inglewood tomorrow to take on the Clippers, I know you played in the SEC, and those fans are crazy down there. Are you excited to see the Wall in person, and maybe you'll get to the free throw line? I saw Jalen Suggs waving back to the fans. Are you excited to see the Wall in person tomorrow night?
Well, we played in the preseason. Mm-hmm. It was kind of there. I don't think I shot a free throw up against it, but it definitely does look completely different than any your other 29 teams in the NBA. So it's like it can definitely have an effect on you. I think all the fans there, they're in sync, trying to distract you, and they have all types of things going on. So I definitely love it for them. I think that brings a good side of things for the fans. So, and I mean, it kind of gives the Clippers a little bit of advantage, you know, if you can get into the opposing team's head. So I love it for the game of basketball. So, I mean, I would love to see how it feels when I'm at the line. I think I'd be able to knock it down, but definitely be something good and fun to see.
Keon, thank you so much for joining. I was getting joked by people the last time we did the interview on Media Day. Hey, Allen, you didn't ask Keon any gaming questions because I guess you're a huge gamer out there. No, thanks you so much, Keon, for joining. We'll let you get to it, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there from Keon Ellis. Look, there's still going to have to be a lot of Keon because obviously the Kings and it has been reported they will have DeMar DeRozan, his homecoming. That's going to happen. They will have Domantas Sabonis, but they will not have Malik Monk yet.
Can I say this real quick? DeMar going to go for like 50 tonight.
He's got to.
Because K-Dot dropped tonight.
That's
and
true.
He's coming back. If DeMar don't give me at least 30, I'll be disappointed.
I do wonder. K-Dot, he could be in the building.
He might be.
He might be in the building.
It might be going up at the into it tonight, man.
Wow.
I think DeMar going for something saucy tonight. Like I'm giving him. I'm looking at 40. That's my over under right now.
See, but here's the thing. He goes for 40. I don't think De'Aaron going for 30. That's not how it's worked.
We don't need him to.
No, you shouldn't.
Just go for 25.
That's right. You shouldn't. I'll tell you what. You get DeMar DeRozan back into the fold. You get Domantas Sabonis back into the fold against a team like the Clippers, who they're just trying to tread water right now. Okay, especially, I mean, obviously they're trying to tread water until Kawhi gets back. Now they're really trying to tread water until Norman Powell gets back, which is still a crazy statement, but that's respect to Norman Powell for balling out. We continue the conversation about what has worked for the Kings so far and what hasn't on the other side. Then we're going to get into some Niners talk. Does Manti Te'o deserve an apology? He said something before the season, and Niners fans destroyed him. You trying to circle back? Maybe he is. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Join Sacramento State football this Saturday at 2 for the Causeway Classic versus UC Davis. Get your tickets at HornetSports.com.
Time to gear up. It's the Black Friday and Gold Saturday open house event at Roseville Power Sports. Located at 360 North Sunrise Avenue, we're your home for the best deals on Can-Am side-by-sides, ATVs, and Ski-Doo snowmobiles. Now's the time to save thousands on a brand new Can-Am or Ski-Doo. And check out the all-new Can-Am Maverick R with an incredible 240 horsepower. A Maverick R is built to conquer any terrain, bringing unmatched power and excitement to your off-road adventures. Plus, save 30 to 50% on accessories, helmets, jackets, gear, everything you need to ride in style and safety. This Black Friday and Saturday only. And it's not just about the savings. It's an open house event you won't want to miss. Join us for food, prizes, and more this Black Friday. So head to Roseville Power Sports this Black Friday and Gold Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's kick off the holiday season with incredible deals and tons of fun. Some restrictions apply. See store for details. Offers valid on 2024 and prior product while supplies last. Happy holidays from Roseville Power Sports.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back, He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Some Niners talk coming up. There's a lot of drama going on. We talked about the 76ers yesterday. But between the 76ers, their drama coming out of the locker room, the Bucks, and there's always drama with Doc Rivers and Giannis trying to, force himself to be traded without forcing himself. I think you guys want to trade me. That's the type of stuff that Giannis be saying. The Timberwolves, I don't know if anybody saw this clip yesterday of the T-Wolves and Rudy Gobert, to say he doesn't really have an offensive bag would probably be one of the nicest things anything has ever said about Rudy Gobert on the offensive end. But Rudy Gobert does this thing, and I talk a lot about pickup basketball, but when there's a dude who is just, you're giving him a couple chances and they're just not very good offensively, but they keep asking for the ball, right? You just get a little bit annoyed. So there's a clip yesterday where Rudy Gobert has his dude sealed off. I mean, pretty deep in the paint. So Rudy Gobert has his dude sealed off. Julius Randle, who never saw a shot that he doesn't like. I can't even remember if Julius Randle took the shot or not. But Julius Randle has the ball. You have Rudy Gobert asking for it. Rudy Gobert doesn't get it. Okay. So he is very dejected. He just throws his hands down and he walks so slowly outside of the key that he gets a 3 in the key call. And I think that's hilarious by the ref, by the way, because he wasn't, you got to call it, I guess. But Rudy Gobert is walking out of the key, gets a 3 in the key call. The Timberwolves turn it over, and Anthony Edwards just starts freaking out on Rudy Gobert. And Julius Randle's probably thinking, brother, you know how many times I've given you the rock and you've done absolutely nothing? So as much as we talk, and that's the thing, there's always a balance in life. As much as we talk about the Kings need to advocate and they need to have a little bit of bravado, at least on the other end, we don't have any drama type situations. The only drama we had was last season, or it was the offseason, was the Mike Brown situation, and people tried to about the extension, and people tried to make the De'Aaron Fox not signing the extension a thing where it was, no, just keep reading. He got $340 million if he gets this All-NBA. So look, you look around the league, the Warriors will have some drama at some point. Draymond already saying that people are throwing his name out there because the NBA needs ratings. The Lakers will have some drama at some point. So I will say this, as far as what's worked for the Kings and what hasn't, yes, they need to advocate for themselves a little bit more. And as media, I'm doing my darndest to help in that regard as well. But at least you don't have drama and things aren't getting aired out like we've seen before. JaVale McGee came on the Drive Guys, and Jay, you were there, and he talked about, hey, there were some conversations that should have been had, and these guys, they need to mature in certain ways, but he did that on the way out. He's no longer on the squad. So a lot of this stuff, there hasn't really, the only thing I can think of, there was Podium Gate, where it was, hey, who's coming to the podium after big losses? We haven't dealt with that, and that was maybe a fan would say manufactured by the media, because who cares about that? But as far as the drama, the NBA, everybody knows that meme. The NBA has gone however many days without unnecessary drama. I will say this, the Kings are not a part of that, or haven't been a part of that. I don't think they'll be a part of that. And you add DeMar DeRozan as well, and he's not going to be a part of that. Some of the little things, I mean, there was some Sasha, is he happy stuff, and Kevin Huerter said, I wish I was out there last season, but this stuff is peanuts compared to what some of these other teams with higher payrolls, by the way, are dealing with.
Yeah, completely agree. The great part about what the Kings are is, and Drapes talks about this quite a bit, everybody gets along. We talked about earlier. They're a bunch of nice guys, and what makes it even better, they're professional. And then you have the leader, which is Mike Brown, making sure stability is there. They're standing on solid ground right now when it comes to the Kings. And to be completely honest, more times than not, when there's drama, it's more or less from a malcontent and or a star, right? The stars for the Sacramento Kings are just, again, a bunch of nice guys, man. Like, what is Domantas Sabonis? Could you picture Domantas Sabonis talking about some of the things that Joel Embiid says? I think Giannis is just a jokester.
Yeah.
He's just kind of that guy, you know, and a lot of times you take it serious because of who he is. But I think if Giannis really wanted to dip out of Milwaukee, he would be gone by now, you know? So I think he loves it there. He talks about being there and being able to still be quote unquote regular. I can still go to McDonald's and not get bombarded all the time. So, you know, you slide to that New York or that Chi-Town or H-Town and, you know, you go to some of these places like that, man, that stuff goes out the window. I appreciate the fact that Mike Brown keeps a professional household.
Yes.
It means a lot.
Yes.
Because it could go the opposite way.
It could, especially look, and we talked about this whenever a big three is created. This might be the most non-toxic big three in the history of big threes. Now you have it got toxic with Kevin Durant at some point. All right. Obviously, we don't even need to get into the Nets and that debacle.
Right.
All right. The Heat they didn't really have too many issues.
No, they didn't. Yeah, they were pretty cool about it.
They worked out. I guess LeBron's second big three with Kevin Love and Kyrie, they worked out as well. But I think there was a easier hierarchy there.
Sure. Pecking order.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I just think it's something that it's you don't hang your hat on it because you got to win games at the end of the day. But a Julius Randle, a Kyle Kuzma, and Kyle Kuzma's not on my short list for a trade. I'd talk about him as a trade target still if his value has changed, not at what his value was last season. But these types of guys with these, I don't want to say strong personalities to say that the Kings players don't have strong personalities, but you know, more aggressive, if you will. There's some times where we want the Kings to have more of that.
Sure.
But if I'm picking between the two, I mean, Julius Randle, he looks like he wants to quit every other game. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that.
You think so?
I cannot deal with that.
Is it more on the court stuff for Julius Randle?
It
off
is.
The court ain't nothing really happening with
No.
Yeah.
Off the court, you know, he hangs out with his kids. I'm sure it's all good. But on the court, he needs to get his touches. That a lot of people there was some interest there. Can't do it. Won't do it.
Yeah.
You know,
I got you.
The same with, I mean, Karl Anthony Towns, I think does have some bad PR because of the 4 different voice changes. I get that, but I don't mind Karl Anthony Towns as much as some other people.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's not my type of guy on the court. But the one thing I got to give Cat is, man, if they're, and believe me, I'm not saying this at any minimal light, there were a ton of people who were affected by COVID.
Yes.
Karl Anthony Towns, his family was ravaged by COVID. Parents, grandparents, like aunties, so many people around him are no longer around him at this point that I kind of given Cat a pass in certain instances.
Yeah.
Because we all know death affects people differently, right? So I kind of given Cat just a little more leeway than I think some people have. He's not my style of hooper who I'm thinking to go out there, do battle with, go win a championship with. He's ultra talented. He's a big body. He's got skills. He doesn't fit my, you know, again, man, he's not me. He's not for me, but I respect people who likes him.
Right. And look, he's been balling for the Knicks.
He's doing his thing.
That's another team where it's, okay, how long is it going to take for them to figure out their identity in that pecking order? So there are a couple teams, and I can put the Timberwolves in too on the other side. So
yeah, T-Wolves for sure.
The thing is, and we can talk about when it's going to happen for the Kings. The other part about it is, well, it could happen sooner for other teams, and you don't want that because, again, look at the Suns. Before KD went down, they were cooking, and KD's probably going to be back next week.
Right.
So when we talk to Olden Polynice, a former Kings player, and obviously NBA analyst, when we talk about that, it's, are you also pocket watching to say, at what point do you start looking at the standings where it's, hey, I know we're trying to get right, but it looks like the Timberwolves are starting to get right. It looks like the Lakers are starting to get right, and does that affect your mind frame? But before we do that, we're going to get into some Niners here because I got Jay with me today. So we got to talk some Niners because I got to get into this Brock Purdy situation and what you would pay Brock. We got sound from Albert Breer on the Brock Purdy contract situation. Also Shanahan on Brock. Let's talk short term, specifically this weekend in Lambeau, the Tundra. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Every club on the shelves can be tried for free on the driving range. 3 TrackMan units and a Hagen Oaks team of skilled fitting professionals provide the finest club fitting experience. Our personable Super Shop staff will show you the newest to help you look and play your best. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Mita Chevy saves you $8,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT, RST, LTZ, and High Country in stock after rebates. All of them. Black Friday savings now at MitaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Ends 12/1/24.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Shop Big O Tires now through December 8th and buy 3, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, National, or Sumitomo brand tires. Visit Big O Tires for your total auto care services. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
It's time for the Sacktown Sports live events calendar, the hottest live events lineup just for you. Kicking things off for comedy fans, don't miss David Spade bringing his sharp wit to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on November 22nd, followed by the hilarious Russell Peters lighting up the stage the next night, November 23rd. Then get ready to feel those good vibrations with the legendary Beach Boys on November 24th at Hard Rock Live. And for classic rock lovers, the Black Crowes will rock in the same stage November 30th. All of these are brought to you by our friends at Live Nation. The original Jersey Boys, Midtown Men, are bringing their holiday show to Thunder Valley on December 8th. Then kicking off the year in style, country stars Dylan Scott and Jackson Dean are hitting Thunder Valley on January 10th. And the one and only Bill Engvall will be there too, cracking up the crowd on January 11th. Don't miss these incredible events coming your way, and stay tuned for more info. To get details, head to sacktownsports.com.
Station in Sacramento, giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Man, oh man. I can't believe it's already 12:30. I blinked and it was 12:30.
It's Friday, baby. That means you almost got your marching orders.
Oh man, it's time. And I think I told people childcare. We had an issue with childcare, and we do shout outs and closeouts at the end of the show, but I'm gonna just skip to one now. Childcare. I know she's not listening because she's busy, but childcare had an issue this week, so wifey had to play double duty with the toddler, 18-month-old, almost 19 months, while she was working. So hey, and it was her birthday week. So we had this whole plan. We were going to go out for her birthday, and we had a third wheel. And the third wheel was a little toddler. So shout out to wifey, taking care of business at home as we get our child care situated. And, people, this is the time people are getting sick, man. So you got to be safe out there. So it's been quite the week, Jay. So I got to run home. Talk about getting brownie points. I got to run home. Hey, whatever you need. Got the dishes. I could change the diaper, whatever you need. Whatever.
Yeah, you can tell you in the thick of things talking about a diaper.
Yeah, the diaper, whatever you need. We gotta get it done.
Add up them points, brother.
I got the calc. I got the TI-89. So we adding
scientific joint.
Scientific. You play. What was that? You didn't play Snake on it, but you could jailbreak it and play games on the calculator. You had the little plane and you would shoot the bricks. I'm counting it all up, Jay.
Oh boy,
I'm counting it all up, and
boy.
You talk about getting wins, and the Niners, they got to get some wins, Jay. All right, and they might have to do it without Brock Purdy. He's day to day. He's had some soreness. It's come and it's gone, but at the end of the day, there's no time there's no time for any more losses. You got the Packers, and then you got the Bills. This is Kyle Shanahan. He was on the flagship, and he said this about Brock Purdy, and this was yesterday. This is a quote. He was still limited today. He didn't do as much yesterday, but did a little bit more today. He went out there and did a little bit, then went back in about halfway through and rested up. Hopefully it will be feeling great on Sunday. So obviously we're going to get a report here on Friday. Then John Lynch went on the flagship, and he said that if Brock Purdy can't go, obviously they have Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen available, but Brandon Allen would get those first snaps. Jay, let me ask you this. You got, and I'm just assuming that the weather will be similar next week against the Bills. I'm just assuming that.
Got you.
So if you're looking at both teams, and you're looking at Kyle Shanahan versus Matt LaFleur, and you're looking at the history of the Niners against Matt LaFleur's Packers, I would play with the idea of, if you still think you have a chance at this thing, and it's going to be snowing, and you're probably not going to be throwing the football all around anyway, do you take your chances and rest Brock Purdy? I know you got to win every game.
Rest him for what? Buffalo?
To make sure he's right for Buffalo, you might be able to sneak. I'm not very high on the Packers. Let me say that.
I'm with you, though.
You might be able to sneak out of there because Jordan Love can't throw the football all around because of this weather. You might be able to sneak out of there and get Brock right. Or do you just, hey, we're Allen, I'm sorry, we're past that point. We got to rock and roll with our best, even if he's not at his best. Where you at?
What in the world makes you think the 49ers could go anywhere, knock on anybody's door, sneak in and sneak out with a W right now when they tried to kick in people's door and got caught red-handed? There's no way. The 49ers need all hands on deck. I understand it. It's the argument of, do you take your best at 75% over the backup who's at 100%? That's the conversation that I think you're asking me to have. Yeah. And that's understandable, but I'll just take a step back. The 49ers need all hands on deck. And if that means you got to sneak Brock Purdy out there in some form or fashion, then you better do it.
Okay.
That's me. The 49ers don't have any wiggle room at any point in time for the rest of the season. To me, who wins the NFC West is going to have the team who wins the NFC West is going to have a record of 10-7. 5-5, big time. That means you only got 2 more losses to go. And if we're really looking at it on paper, the Detroit Lions, that's probably an L. At Buffalo, that's probably an L. Now, the rest of the games you pretty much need. Now, you might be able to sneak in, at 9-8, but I have to believe it to see it. I think the 49ers got to, if you can play right now, if you're 100%, if Little Styles can go right now, then put them all hands on deck. Call a trick play. Anything that the Niners can do, they need to do right now.
Yeah, and I hear you on it. I'm looking here. The Packers are only favored by 3.
Yeah, the obligatory at home.
Right. So it's not as if Vegas or those out there betting responsibly, I would hope, think that the Niners are going to get smacked. So we understand all that. I just think that the Niners, each week you would think Christian McCaffrey is getting healthier.
Allegedly.
At some point you're going to get Dre Greenlaw back. This is
allegedly
as well.
Oh, man.
I would say this, especially with T.O., and people were saying he's just trying to fire up Debo. I don't know if T.O. cares about the Niners or not. All I know, T.O. cares about T.O.
Right.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
But I will say this. When you can't throw the football, this is why Debo was such a factor. Brandon Ayuk was still, new, and you didn't have Christian McCaffrey. I get all that. But Jimmy Garoppolo just wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
So Debo was able to power through that. So I'm looking at a Debo this weekend and George Kittle is going to play. I saw him say that, but I'm looking at a Debo this weekend where, hey, we're not going to be throwing the football all around the field. So let's go back to that 2019, 2020 type Debo where it's just get backyard football, get the ball in his hands. I think it's a huge opportunity for Debo this weekend.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also believe you got to get the ball in J.P. Morgan's hands too.
Yeah.
I think you do have to utilize CMC to the best of his ability if he is allegedly getting better. I hear what Kittle is saying, but that's tight end talk. That's University of Iowa talk, man.
Yeah.
And I understand they're going back to the Midwest and Green Bay it looks like it's going to be freezing up there, going to be cold, smash mouth, 3 yards in a cloud of dust type football.
Mm-hmm.
And that's cool. That's all fine and dandy. But what I'm saying is the 49ers need to find any kind of way.
Yeah.
I don't even need to pinpoint a Debo, a CMC, a Kittle. It's everybody all hands on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the midshipman at?
Yeah.
Everybody better report straight to the top and let's go get it. And I think that's where, picking and choosing who does what, where, and why for the 49ers, that's kind of out the window. That's week 5 stuff. It's however you can win, you need to win because at this point, you're not going to have that many more opportunities to do so. And you take a few more losses, it's closed caption. We're close to Christmas. It's a Christmas gift. It's a wrap.
But I'm saying, Jay, I understand that, but I'm saying big players make big plays in big games.
Has Debo done it lately?
I'm saying it's time. I'm saying it's time. He's due.
Has J.P. Morgan done it lately? Has CMC done it lately?
Jawan Jennings has.
But I'm just saying if you're expecting that from Debo, all I'm asking for, Allen, is expect that from CMC.
Yeah.
Expect that from J.P. Morgan. Expect that from Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. How about that? Expect that from Nick Sorensen. How about those things?
No,
it's time to expect all these guys to play the way that most people believed when we came into the season. It's the greatest roster ever.
Mm-hmm.
Sliced bread.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's a sourdough.
Mm-hmm.
This is that joint. Like it's kind of one of those things with the 49ers. And I've been critical of Fred Warner.
Yeah.
You don't go from playing defensive player of the year type movement to what you're doing now. And I don't know if it's an injury. I don't know if it's him feeling like he's got to be Superman.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is we need all the stars, everybody a part of this squad to play and get and act as what some people are calling from Debo.
I'm seeing here, and this is from Chase Sr. Of Chat Sports. He says, to your point, is Fred Warner rapidly declining? Are we seeing an all-time great age? This was November 21st, right? So this was just yesterday. He was performing at a defensive player of the year level to start the season. PFF grade among linebackers, weeks 1 through 5, number 1. Weeks 6 through 11, number 25. First 4 games, Warner allowed 4 receptions on 9 targets with 2 interceptions and 3 forced fumbles. Last 6 games, 30 receptions on 30 targets. maybe there is. Everybody's dinged up. What happened? He got his podcast with Wifey.
Yeah.
What, they talking about that?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. And the cold part about Fred Warner's podcast, too, be in the car half the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, you hands-free? What's going on here, man? I ain't never seen a podcast. And, well, I have. I've seen, the sing-alongs, the karaoke's. But, I mean, Fred literally be in the car.
Yeah.
And he's talking podcast game. So it's basically like if he's on the phone with me and you and having a conversation.
Yeah.
It was strange the way they've kind of debuted that. But I will say this. I think there has been some spotlight driven towards Devondre Campbell, and for good reason. Devondre Campbell of the 49ers is not Devondre Campbell of old. And unfortunately, D. Winters got banged up early, and he missed a lot of weeks. I always felt it was D. Winters' time. We need to figure out if you're going to be that guy.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what Dre Greenlaw's bringing back to the table. We can hope, wish upon a star, but we don't know.
Yeah.
And so the injuries kind of piled up in that form. And I do believe Fred kind of he's trying to be Superman. You can see sometimes.
Yeah.
But beyond that, the rest of his play, Allen, I have no clue, man. Like, dude is missing holes when it comes to like filling those gaps, those holes. He's letting people catch the ball in front of him. We've seen some missed tackles from him as well. You don't normally see that with him.
No, and it's a terrible time for it. But it could be a time where things get back on the right track. A lot is counting against the Niners. Like we said, they are underdogs by 3, and sometimes that's all you need. The Niners, they've been on the other side, and it's been we rocking and rolling, and we got the target on our back. Well, now maybe you can sneak up on some peaks. Maybe, because you're not going to be favored in Buffalo. No, you're not favored this weekend.
No.
So let's see what you're made of.
Won't be against the Lions.
We just talked about Ty Lue and backs against the wall. You don't make your money when you got a full roster. I thought the whole thing was depth with the Niners. Right? They got the super team. So what are you made of, Kyle Shanahan?
We're getting ready to find that out.
We're going to find out. Let's hear what Albert Breer has to say on Brock Purdy's contract situation on the other side. And 916-339-1140, what would you pay Brock Purdy? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Join Sacramento State football this Saturday at 2 for the Causeway Classic versus UC Davis. Get your tickets at HornetSports.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam with free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, you gotta see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia. You can always count on low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Keep the cargo in your truck's bed dry and protected with a bed cover from TruckSmart. Bed covers that fold up, roll up, and lift up are ready to install on your truck. Turn your vehicle into a hauling machine. TruckSmart truck and SUV accessories in Rockland and Auburn.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Rocking and rolling here. I was giving Dave a hard time. During crosstalk because when they play the Friday Fun and Games sound, the Friday Fun and Games says we've made it to Friday and we're gonna get you off to your weekend right. And I'm thinking, y'all show ends at 10. It's your weekend. It's not anybody else. It's not most people's weekend starting at 10. And Dave said, hey, well, we do the show for us, and our weekend starts at 10. That's true. So I always say I'm taking y'all up to 2 p.m., whatever that means for you. Maybe your weekend does start at 2. Maybe it starts at 3. The drive guys got you up until tip-off. That's all. That's what it is.
Yeah, I know mine don't start at 10 and or 2.
That's right. So, Dave is just out here. Hey, happy weekend. People getting their coffee. My day just starting, Dave. What you talking about?
Just getting to work.
Yeah. What
Matter
you talking about, Dave?
I'm rolling over in the bed.
Yeah. What you talking about, Dave? So there you have it. Just having some fun here as we are getting ready to have our top stories at the end of the day. That is coming up at 1. And then 1:15, Olden Polynice. He joins us, former Sacramento Kings big man. Now he's an NBA analyst. And if you have any questions for Olden, you can throw them in 916-339-1140. I'll try to get them for you also on the Sack Chat. Of course, I want to talk to him about, hey, when you add in new guys, how long does that take to feel like you have your identity, what he thinks about the Kings right now, and what that ceiling is. But first, we'll talk about ceilings. Let's talk about the ceiling for one Brock Purdy. This is Albert Breer. He was on with Colin on In the Herd, and this is Albert Breer on Brock Purdy's contract situation. Here it is.
And they've certainly mortgaged contracts. We see teams do this when they're in the window to win, where over the next couple of years, there's probably going to have to be a reset year where they just take their medicine and there's going to be a hole in the roster because they are moving off some of those guys. So, certainly like with your Kittles, with your Deebo Samuels, with your Trent Williams, age, mileage comes into play. And then the question becomes, okay, can we move into this next phase with Brock Purdy able to be the guy who can fix things, who can fill holes? And we saw it happen with Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago. They sort of moved into the Mahomes 2.0 era when they traded Tyreek Hill away, and they've won 2 Super Bowls in the 2 years since. Josh Allen, same thing. We've gone through those names: Colin, Micah Hyde, Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White, Stephon Diggs, Mitch Morris. All those guys are gone in one off season, and Josh Allen now has the Bills at 8-2 and having beaten the Chiefs at home. So your big question is going to be going forward, whether or not Brock Purdy can be that guy for you. Now the Niners, have been preparing to pay him. They still have another year left on his contract after this one, so they could go into the contract year. But we saw how complicated that got in the past with guys like Kirk Cousins and Dak. So, the plan all along has been to pay him during the 2025 offseason. I don't have any indication they've moved off of it, but certainly the implication of that, again, sort of relates to the question of whether or not Brock Purdy can be the guy that Josh Allen has been for the Bills this year and getting to, I think I had the record that wrong there. I think it's 9-2, not 8-2. Whether or not, he can be to the Niners what Patrick Mahomes has been to the Chiefs the last 3 years.
And I think that's well said from Albert Breer. The bottom line is, hey, when we pay you this money, we're paying you to essentially cover up some things that we can no longer pay for. That's what's going on here. So obviously these numbers have changed. You got Josh Allen at $43 million, Patrick Mahomes at $45 million, which seems low, relatively speaking, of course, because of where the market was. The guys who got signed more recently, the Jordan Loves of the world at $55 million, Trevor Lawrence at $55 million, Tua at $53 million, Joe Burrow at $55 million, and Dak Prescott at $60. 60 is crazy, but it's also based on their total value. Dak's at $60 a year. Dak's total value is at $240 million. Joe Burrow's total value is at $275 million. Trevor Lawrence is the worst one because Dak is at $60 a year, total value $240. Trevor Lawrence is at $55 a year, total value $275.
And he's guaranteed $200.
Guaranteed $200.
No matter what. It doesn't matter if he walk over right now, he getting $200.
Funny enough, Tua has by far the least amount of guaranteed money, 93 million fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed?
Yeah, fully guaranteed, and everybody else is at least in the hundreds. But I'm looking here, and you can go to the Jalen Hurts as well, 51 mil. I think what we saw from Brock, and it honestly kind of helped Brock's case, if you will, not having Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle being in and out and Brock not putting up the MVP numbers. Now he's dealing with this injury a little bit, but Brock has played pretty darn well, not having Christian McCaffrey. I don't see how he gets any less than 55. I mean, if it's between him, Jordan, and maybe the argument is you wouldn't have given Jordan Love 55 and maybe I wouldn't have, but because he has it, Brock's got to get 55.
Yeah. When you look at the hierarchy of the quarterback situation, like you said, it's just a little bit upside down because it's always the next person up, right?
Right.
And so Pat Mahomes, as you said, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson's even down like at the bottom of the 10 or whatever. Justin Herbert's going to come up sooner than later. And Stafford too is like 13, 14, 15. He's somewhere down there.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think he's not a $60 million guy.
No.
Like, Dak Prescott had to kind of be that guy. He was the next man up. It's the Dallas Cowboys. You're the face of, what many people believe is like the franchise organization of the NFL, just because Jerry Jones and the money in the stadium, all those type of things. The shield, I like to say.
Yes.
But when you really sit down and look at it, he is the next 3 or 4. You got Burrow. I don't know. I'm not a Burrow guy.
You're not?
No, I'm not at all. But I can understand people liking Joe Burrow. He's a good ball player. Jordan Love, you still have to show and improve it. Trevor Lawrence, I'm not sure none of us know what Trevor Lawrence is moving forward. Tua, kind of the same thing when it comes to kind of like the Joel Embiid conversation you had.
Yeah.
And then the other part from there, it gets a little funny because Jared Goff, to me, Brock is Jared Goff.
You don't have Brock better than Jared Goff?
But I think they're the same guy, sort of, depending on who you like.
Yeah.
Some people like the bigger arm, the bigger guy. It's hard to argue what's going on with the Lions, too. You know? So I think you have to start to look around right there, the Jalen Hurts, the Justin Herberts, the Kyler Murrays, Kirk Cousins, the Deshaun Watsons. And we're talking 45 to 55. I'm with you. I think somewhere in there is the sweet spot. He probably won't get the bottom half of that because he is the next man up.
Right.
So he's going to get closer to 50 to 60. I think if you can catch him at 52, 53 a year, I'm happy. I'm good.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be and it's peanuts to them, but sure. I do think it's going to be 55 because Joe Burrow went to a Super Bowl and Jordan, the problem is if you're the Niners, you're thinking, dang, Packers, why'd you do it? But it's the Packers and the Jaguars, and honestly, to a lesser degree, the Dolphins. And Jared Goff took $53 million. I think that's just the type of dude Jared Goff is. But And not to say Brock isn't that guy, but if I'm Brock, it's more about Brock's agent. Sure. Brock's agent is going to say, bruh, you're not going to let Jordan Love, who Brock beat head-to-head and went to a Super Bowl, you're not going to let Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, that's the issue here as well. You're not going to let Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, you're not going to pay Brock Tua money. Because everybody, I think most people, even in Miami, and we have a couple Kings Dolphins fans on the line too.
That's what's up.
I think that even Dolphins fans would say, I'm taking Brock over Tua. I think you have Burrow and Jordan Love that are messing, and Trevor Lawrence that are messing things up as far as the 55. But then to your point, you get a Jared Goff who is, hey, Jared Goff, he's in the MVP conversation just like you were. He might go to a Super Bowl. He's already been to a Super Bowl, and he's making 53, Brock. I mean, you might be right. You might be more of a 50. Can we just call it 54 and all go home?
Yeah, I also say this, and I think Albert Breer spoke on it a little bit. The 49ers are in a transition year, and we're seeing it in the form of due to injuries, but the Ronaldo Greens, the Pooney, like those guys, the Mustafas, Jair Brown, of course, being a second-year guy, depending on what they do with D. Winters. We see Diamador Lenore is kind of going to be their number one. I expect them to get off of Shavarius Ward.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happens with Hufanga.
I think he's done.
I think so too, but there are some, and I wouldn't be surprised if they move off of Debo, knowing they have Jawan Jennings and Tricky Ricky P, which is what we call Ricky Purcell on our I've deemed them Tricky Ricky P on the Drive guys. But I think what happens the rest of the season, Allen, is going to dictate, does he push that narrative towards the 60?
Yeah.
And I mean, playoff run. I mean, if Jared Goff, i.e. Jared Goff wins a championship.
Yeah.
Now you're not in the Jared Goff conversation anymore. You're not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
And so I think we still have a little more. And also for me too, I think it depends on what Kyler Murray does for the rest of the year. If the Cardinals win the NFC West, hey, guess what, Brock Purdy? I know you dealt with some injuries. I know you've kind of been dealt a certain hand, but you've come from the bottom tremendously. And I know that's not how you're supposed to operate, but you can't go from the bottom straight to the top. You got to live somewhere in the middle, and I think that's going to help the 49ers. Albeit, I'd rather win a championship and have to pay him.
Right.
But the way it's going, I'm not sure it happens that way.
Top stories at the top of the hour coming up next. Look, man, we talked about Jay, his time at UT. I got to keep it real. Last year, I brought up this story. Temple basketball was accused of point shaving. And there is a federal investigation going on with one of their players. I don't want to say this story, but I can't be up here saying T for Temple U and not give y'all the real. And trust me, we got some Jameis Winston ridiculous sound to play as well. And the NBA playoff change, the one we've all been waiting for, it might be on its way. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Total Wine and More. Find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore.
With curbside pickup and delivery available and the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Honda stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more feel-good words. Days is how long you have left to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or visit us at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Fall is here, and as winter approaches, your health and comfort are our top priority. At Advanced Infusion Center, whether you're managing a chronic condition or looking for IV therapy, our personalized treatments are designed just for you. Our dedicated team ensures your care is safe,
comfortable, and supportive every step of the way. With locations in Sacramento and Yuba and flexible scheduling options, getting the care you need has never been easier. Discover compassionate care at Advanced Infusion Therapy today. Visit us at advancedinfusion.com for care close to home.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Don't you deserve healthcare you can count on? Well, you can count on United Healthcare with Medicare plans that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. You can enjoy reliable coverage and low out-of-pocket costs with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans, made for California, trusted everywhere. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
We are 15 minutes away from Olden Polynice, former Sacramento Kings center, NBA analyst, will join us in about 15 minutes. A lot to ask, a lot to get to there. But of course, first, we are going to get to our top stories at the top of the hour. Thank you very much. So let's start here. This is what I teased on the other side. You might recall that Temple University, look, I love when my alma mater gets talked about. Not in this capacity, though. Temple University, former Temple star Hysier Miller is under federal investigation for alleged point shaving, a thread on everything we know surrounding the situations. This is from Kicks on Twitter. Miller, Temple's leading scorer last season. How do you point shave when you're the leading scorer? That's crazy, by the way. Miller, Temple's leading scorer last season, reportedly drew suspicion after unusual betting activity surrounded a game on March 7 versus UAB. The line shifted dramatically from UAB -2 to -8, prompting multiple sports books to halt bets. The game ended in a blowout, with UAB dominating Temple 100-72. Miller had a rough night. How surprising, with just 8 points on 3 of 9 shooting and 3 turnovers. But this isn't just about one game. Bettors had been targeting Temple games all season long. The fallout. Hysier Miller transferred to Virginia Tech in the offseason. He was dismissed by the Hokies on October 23rd before playing a single game, citing the federal and NCAA investigations. Temple is now reviewing reports of suspicious wagering patterns. According to insiders, bettors repeatedly wagered against Temple, focusing on point spreads and first half totals. On March 7th, the game saw massive limit bets on UAB, leading to an unprecedented 6-point line movement. The scandal isn't isolated either. The sports gambling has become a hot button issue in college athletics. Just last year, former NBA player Jonte Porter faced legal trouble for disclosing info to bettors. So, I mean, that is just, especially with NIL money, I get it, but it's just, you just think you're not going to get caught. It's crazy to me that the rumblings were happening during the season and Virginia Tech even let this man in the building. He's got a picture in a Virginia Tech jersey, and then when stuff got real, they moved on from him.
The question I have is, how much NIL money is Temple throwing around?
Not
down
enough.
There right now? Okay.
Not enough. I got a text from one of my buddies, one of my former teammates, and he said if Temple was doing what they needed to be doing, guys wouldn't need to do stuff like this. So that's crazy stuff, Jay. And I don't want to be a part of it, but here we are. All right, next, I do want to be a part of this, as a lot of people have been discussing this. The Western Conference executives believe the NBA could eliminate conferences and have the top 16 teams make the playoffs when the league expands to 32 teams. That is from Brian Windhorst. Here's the quote. Instead of dealing with that thorny competition, West executives told ESPN they believe both issues can be corrected by dropping conferences altogether and seeding teams 1 through 16 regardless of geography. The concept has been raised before, but expansion, the thinking goes, would create a reason to take a fresh look. I mean, hallelujah. This is exactly what the NBA needs, and maybe all it took was terrible ratings. Now, I was going to say maybe this won't help the regular season. Maybe it will, but now you have an opportunity to do something that people actually care about. We don't care about 4-team all-star game tournaments. We don't care about that. Get rid of the East Coast, Eastern Conference, Western Conference, make it the top 16 best teams, and let's rock and roll from there. This is well overdue. I don't know why you got to wait to add a team. Just do it now. Just do it now. Nobody is watching. No, and I know the Kings just lost to them. The Hawks Bulls play it. Just stop it. It's a waste of everybody's time. If you're still getting fired and you're still firing coaches and they're in a play-in, that tells you that the play-in is specifically in the Eastern Conference does not matter. It does not matter. Next on the list, this is Davante Adams. We got some NFL news here. Davante Adams goes on a rant against a Raiders fan who called him a B on X. And this is a lot of bleeps here. This is what Davante Adams, part of what he said. You wanted some attention, so I'm going to give you some. Go tend to your miserable life. Bleep you, or bleep boy, you wouldn't say that bleep to my face. You're like the rest of the clowns on here. Get my bleep out of your bleep and find purpose. So Davante Adams, and guess who that got him a shout out from? Antonio Brown. That is not exactly just 2 former Raiders wide receivers. That is not the direction that you want to go in. And I've always said this, Jay. Look, man, I have deemed myself the kind of like the Kevin Durant of sports media. I don't mind to get into it with other people. I think I did it just yesterday. If somebody is saying you stink, whatever it is, I might let you go once. I might let you go twice, but I'm going to at least say something. That's how I am.
Firing back.
I got to. But I'll tell you this, Jay. If there were a couple more zeros on that their paycheck that I had coming in, I don't know that I would mind. I get it. They're coming at you as a player, and you're a man. You got to stand on business. But Davante, you got Taco Bell money. You're out there. You're in New York now. You can't be doing this type of stuff.
Yeah, the only part I disagree with you is this. If you've listened to the Drive guys, you've heard me say this a few times. I'm not when it comes to being in the media, television, radio, for the years that I've been in it, the one thing I stop at is personal situations. Mm-hmm. When you start to get personal and you talk about a personal, you start to confide, jump on a man or a woman's character, I can understand when somebody fired back because they're people, yes. Right? And so I stop when it comes to personal, and when you start calling people B words and all that other type of stuff, I don't know, the fan what they were saying to Devontae, but if it sounded like it got a little personal, then you know what? All things out the window, I can understand with Devontae coming. That might not be the proper way to go about it, but I'm with you. I'm with you in saying that you get a little personal across the line, expect something back.
So how this is written, and this is from Dove, how this is written to keep it 1,000. So Raiders Beat posted something, and it was recently when Devontae said, I think it was on Kay Adams, Devontae says the Jets don't make him feel helpless and hopeless. Okay, she gets everybody.
I know. Don't get me started. Never mind. Keep going. My apologies. I slowed you down.
Yeah, no, goals. I'll tell you that. That's goals. So this person, he tags Devontae and says, "Shut up, you're a B."
See?
LOL, emotional blank dude.
See, that's getting to the personal.
So he tagged him. So then Devontae slides in the DMs and says, "You wanted some attention. Go bleep yourself and bleep my bleep when you bleep on the way out."
Yeah, because this the other part, and I get what you're saying. When that pocketbook look a little thicker, the fact of the matter is, and that even mean you ain't even got less to worry about in certain instances.
That's also true. Why? Yeah, he could lose Taco. Not that he wants to, but I can afford.
Taco Bell ain't moving off of him because he called somebody a B, man.
That's true.
Especially when it's been. He's not the creator, right? Mm-hmm. He's not the one that was first aggressive.
He didn't initiate the situation.
Man, like, dude, stop calling. First of all, if you're that passionate as a fan, where you calling cats B words, you should probably chin check yourself.
Yeah,
it's entertainment when it's all at the same at the end. And I know big money has dictated that we've all forgotten that. Mm-hmm. But I mean, come on, man. There's a lot of things in this world that need a lot more help, and people come to sports to get away from those things.
Right.
So, man, chin check yourself calling people B words, because as he said, I like to see if you really standing on them toes if somebody was in front of you.
Exactly. And that's the main thing, right? Because you don't think it's going to happen. We've seen clips of keyboard warriors having to really do some business. All right. Speaking of business, Jameis Winston, business is going to be booming for him, as he's got all the quotes all the time. Here's the first clip. There's too many to choose from, but I chose the pregame clip, and then we'll play the postgame clip. Here's the pregame clip.
Said you don't become a Brown until you beat the Steelers. What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
Is that the message to the team?
Day by day, one play at a time. That's the message.
Weather conditions tonight. We're expecting winds up to 15 miles per hour and a wintry mix. How will that impact your ability to throw the ball?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow, to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio, at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
At some point, look, he's hilarious, but does PR say, Jameis, you have to answer the questions? Or do they not?
Nah, they ain't tripping that hard, yeah.
Because he's going viral for the Browns.
Yeah.
He's not saying anything.
Nah, he's not. It shouts out to a win of how you feeling yourself. We've all been there. Man, y'all 3-8, man.
Yeah.
And I know it wasn't all on him, but there is something to the fact of, like, everything he says feels like it is a scripture. It is a philosophy.
Yeah.
It's like, dog, I'd like to talk to Jameis, person to person, to see how he operates.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure you've been around. I've been around athletes, man, like Ricky Henderson. Everything they say is third person and or is, a scripture. It got to come out a fortune cookie.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you eating over there?
Right. Well, we got to play this second one quickly, Jay, because this one I did laugh at. And this is so that was before the W. Here's after the W. This is what Jameis had to say.
Never get enough.
Let it snow. The Cleveland Browns got some more wins, baby. Let's get it. I just got to tell you, buddy. I just got off Amazon and I'm probably about to go order a dub off Amazon. It's going to get here to my house by 9 o'clock tonight.
Doesn't he sound like Will Smith when he played when he played in Ali? That's what he sounds like. And get your money. He's probably going to get an Amazon deal now. We get it.
Should.
But at the end, I don't know if it's real. I feel like they've gotten more ridiculous as he's gone on. But I'm not even going to go there. We got to get to the other side. You got to get in where you fit in. And when we return, you don't want to go anywhere. Yesterday, we had a current king in Keon Ellis. Today, we have a former king in Olden Polynice. That's coming up right now. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Black Friday is on its way at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there's no better place to shop for all your power tools. Low price Makita Bear tools starting at $89. Makita batteries starting at just $49, and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 25th through December 2nd. That's right, 1 whole week of crazy deals on power tools. So don't forget, our Black Friday sale will be November 25th through December 2nd. Check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road or online at fastenersinc.net.
This Saturday, November 23rd, the regional rivalry is renewed as it's the 70th annual Causeway Classic. It's the UC Davis Aggies battling the Sacramento State Hornets on Native American Heritage Day and a salute to the senior class for Sacramento State. That's this Saturday at 2 at Hornet Stadium. Tickets on sale now at hornetsports.com. Be there for the Causeway Classic, UC Davis and Sacramento State. Stingers up.
Flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. It is time. We are joined by, as promised, by Olden Polynice, former Kings, big man, Fox Sports radio analyst, NBA analyst. Olden, OP, thank you for joining, man.
Oh, thank you for having me on.
Let's start here. I'm gonna try to say this correctly, and I don't know if Carmichael Dave is listening right now. He might be setting me up, but you know, we do the crosstalk in the morning, and he said, I wrote this down. I wrote down most of it. He said, Dave says you owe him money for the Giants not making the playoffs, and if you don't pay, he's got a fake, or he's got a badge. I don't know. He said you'd know what it means.
Oh my God, Carmichael Dave is still on that. Wow.
He told me to say that. I don't know if he set me up or not.
Yeah, you know, and you know, you guys, it's cool, you know, but I try not to, you know, get into that because it was a bunch of crap that became more than it should have been, and for people to still be hanging out from something from 2000. Is insane to me. So it's not something that I find pleasure in or find humorous, but you know, it's all good.
Well, my bad, OP. Like I said,
no, it's not you guys. You don't know, it's him. So it's more on him. Okay. So I'm gonna give you all the quickest story ever, the quickest version. So if I can, so we can put this to rest.
Okay.
Okay. in Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, a guy hits my car. I go and follow him. I called the police. Okay, I follow him because he didn't stop. He pulls into his house, runs in. They yelling at me. We're calling the police. I said, well, I already got the police on the phone. I had 2 cell phones. I had the police on one phone, and I had a friend of mine on the other phone. So once they realized, because they're yelling at me, he's a gangbanger from Los Angeles. I'm in a black tinted out Mercedes Benz. I yell out to them, I'm not a gangbanger. I'm Olden Pawneys from the Utah Jazz. He realizes I'm not a gangbanger. He comes to my car, looks inside. He's on my passenger side. We're talking. He sees my wallet, which is open. There's a badge in there, okay, that we're given. If you ever get pulled over by law enforcement, they usually let you go. It's a courtesy thing. He asked me what it was. I said, none of your business. That was it. Went home. I get charged with impersonating a police officer.
Wow.
Utah.
That's
and
crazy.
So that became a running joke. And I'm like, how? Because I get, that was crazy to me because I didn't do anything wrong. Nothing happened. He happened to see the badge, and I told them I had the badge because I had to meet with the Jazz and the district attorney. And I explained the whole situation. And once they saw the badge, they were like, oh, my God, is this what this is all about? They still ended up charging me. And I had to take a plea deal because the Jazz didn't want me to go to court and fight it.
That's crazy. Well, you don't owe nothing to anybody, Olden. Like I said, I thought this was I got put in a bad situation, but I'm going to handle that offline. Let's get into some Kings talk here. What do you think of the direction that the Kings are going in right now? They signed DeMar. They got a young star in Keegan Murray. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox with a crazy weekend last weekend. They got the Clippers tonight, of course. What do you think about the direction the Kings are going in?
I mean, I like it, but, you got to remember, the NBA only has about 6 teams that vie for the championship. And the Kings still have some work to do if that's what they want to accomplish. And to me, getting DeMar was a step in the right direction, but there's still some components there that's not clicking, Sabonis gives you consistency night in and night out. But, there's certain things about his game that doesn't work well during the playoffs, and Malik can get hot and he can get cold. We don't know.
Yeah.
The De'Aaron Fox just had this run the other day, the 2 games, 60 and 47. But is that what you expect from him every night? That's not going to be possible.
Right.
And so to me, they got to find some balance with everybody. And I still think they're missing a couple pieces. They're still missing a big, an athletic wing guy, So those are the things that they're missing, that 3-and-D guy. They got guys that can shoot threes, but you need a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah, talking to Olden Pawneys, former Kings big man, Fox Sports NBA analyst. Olden, we were talking about DeMar DeRozan and DeMar DeRozan kind of getting added to the team. From your time playing in the league, how long do you feel like teams think it should take to feel like they know the identity of their team? Or, okay, we're transitioning because we got this new big name, but we need to be right by December. We need to be right by January, because we're sitting here thinking, okay, the first couple games, DeMar DeRozan did his thing. Now the last couple games, De'Aaron Fox is doing his thing. When is this going to look more like a finished product?
Well, all this stuff is new because back in the days, guys got traded. You knew how to play basketball. You knew what you were getting into. I knew if I got traded to the Detroit Pistons, I had to bring physical attributes, intensity, a dog attitude. If I went to the Utah Jazz, you had to be cerebral because there's a lot of plays. You just knew. But now it's so different with these guys, this generation, that it takes them. Some of these guys, it takes forever. I don't know what this is. I don't know what. Hey man, you're a basketball player. Play basketball.
Yeah.
We always say that teams take on the personalities of their coaches. So now, Mike Brown's, he's fiery, but, he tends to be a little laid back too sometimes. So, He wants to, he's a teacher more than anything else. But it's like these guys, DeMar, DeAndre, they know how to play.
Mm-hmm.
So I think their issue is mainly on the defensive side of the ball more than on the offensive side.
Yeah, I feel you on that, OP. Talking to Olden Polynice, former Kings big man, Fox Radio NBA analyst. OP, I got this question for you, and I'm really curious what you got to say on this one. Why do you think NBA ratings are down right now?
Because the product's down. The product is bad, and I hate saying that. I've always been the proponent of this. Every contract should be 1-year deals.
Mm-hmm.
Because you always playing for a contract. You ever notice a guy, he always plays for the contract, and then the minute he gets it, everything goes to hell.
Yeah.
And so to me, make them all 1-year deals. No more guarantees. 1-year contracts. Now you're going to get the best version of every player. Because these guys signing $200 million contracts, what's my incentive? Remember that commercial? What's my motivation?
Right.
What's the incentive for guys to make $200? And some of these guys, I swear to God, again, much love to everybody. I respect the fact that they're getting paid this enormous amount of money. But not everybody deserves a big contract, regardless of what you think.
Yeah, to
me, that's part of the problem because it's creating this lackadaisical attitude, this, everybody, like I said, and everybody, they sitting out. I don't know who's playing night in from night out, The only one I know that's guaranteed is I know Kawhi Leonard's not going to be playing.
Right.
That's like my number one guarantee. Then I go to Joel Embiid.
I was going to say, what about Embiid, OP?
Which game is he playing tonight? Is this the game he plays or is this the game he sits?
Yeah.
So it's all of that. So it's turning people off because no one's showing appreciation for what they have. No, they don't appreciate the fact that some people work hard, actual jobs, to make a living, to save some money, to come see you play.
Mm-hmm.
That's the stuff that's turning people off. That's why ratings are down because it's like, and I got NFL, I got hockey back now. I got a whole bunch of other stuff I could be doing. So It's rough.
I thought you were going to go in direction. People talk about too many threes, stuff like that.
Man, please, no. I'm not buying none of that because the evolution of the game is what it is. It has to evolve. That's like saying, okay, in the 40s and 50s, watching them shoot underhanded,
Right.
oh, that's going to destroy the game the minute they went into the jump shot, with the hands turned around the correct way. So it's like that the shooting has nothing to do with it. I will say this, though. A lot of these teams need to realize that they're not the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, those guys. Because, and I've always said this, just because you can make a three doesn't make you a three-point shooter. And guys need to know the difference.
Yep. There you go. OP, one more for you. You mentioned Joel Embiid, so I want to take it there. Earlier in the show, I said over the next 5 years, if you're giving me the choice between Domantas Sabonis and Joel Embiid, I feel like at this point I have to take Domantas Sabonis. I know Joel Embiid he has more talent, but who are you taking between the two over the next 5 years if you could choose?
I'm always going to take the guy that works hard. That's always going to be there for me, and that's Sabonis. Just like I'm taking Joker over Embiid. Embiid is a big baby, okay? That's the bottom line. He's a big baby. We got to call it what it is. I know he's into this whole social media thing because what's his name? Joel Embiid. He's a troll. I get all that. Everybody's trying to make their name and everything off of social media. But you have a job to do, okay? Now he's upset because somebody leaked the meeting. Everybody leaked meetings. We've been leaking meetings and secrets for the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed. My biggest problem with him is this. How are you 7 feet, 300 pounds, and you on the ground more than anybody I've ever seen in my life?
Yeah. It's true.
You cannot be falling down that many times as a big guy. And then you had the audacity to say you have a better skill set than Akeem Olajuwon and you were more dominant than Shaquille O'Neal. I left him a long time ago, right after that statement. I was like, I'm so done with Joel Embiid.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you on that one, OP. OP, thanks so much for joining us. Olden Polynice, former Kings big man. Catch him on Fox Radio, NBA analyst. OP, let's do this again soon. Have a good weekend, man.
Anytime, guys. Anytime. I enjoy it.
All right. Thank you to Olden Polynice, former Kings big man. That was great stuff there. We have our NFL picks coming up, our predictions as well when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the only store in the world to be named the top 100 shop for 40 years straight. Yes, the only golf shop in the world. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Try any club on the shelf on the driving range for free and let our staff show you everything you need to look and play better. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue, Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
At the law offices of Dale R. Gomes, we understand that when you're facing a crisis, you need more than just a lawyer. You need a team. Our dedicated attorneys work together, combining decades of experience to guide you through personal injury or criminal defense matters with care and expertise. We're committed to supporting you every step of the way, ensuring your voice is heard and your rights are protected. With offices in Sacramento and El Dorado County, reach out to the law offices of Dale R. Gomes today, 916-999-9033, or online at dalegomslaw.com.
You know, when it's all on the line, you need a big-time closer, and that's especially true when it comes to your garage door. And that's why I recommend National Garage Door, 638-4554. Whitey Gleason here for National Garage Door. Whether you're looking to repair an existing door or get a brand new one installed, you need National Garage Door. Family-owned and operated. They've been around since 1974 because service is their number one priority. National Garage Door are the region's BSE, it's broken spring experts. Styles, prices, and quality of the new doors will amaze you. Our garage door was starting to sound kind of, and that's not good. So Kevin from National Garage Door came out. He said patching up the old one was an option, but we're getting a new garage door. We're pretty happy about that. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer branded garage doors. They offer sales, service, and installation on all residential and commercial doors and operators. If you have garage door needs, old ones coming apart, or you're looking to improve your curb appeal, let National Garage Door come through for you in the clutch and be your closer. 638-4554, National Garage Door. Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
It's Black Friday all month long at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. When buying a car, getting a good deal, it's kind of the easy part. Where Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram really sets themselves apart from anywhere else is the experience, from sales to service and everything in between. It's why so many people keep coming back to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. And if you've been wanting to experience that Jeep life, there's no better time than now. SacSuperstore.com, located off of Business 80 across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there. Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Jay, I want to thank you for obviously helping me get Olden Polynice. Great stuff there, but that's what you do. I also want to thank you for being a part of maybe one of the shortest shows I've ever done. I blinked and it was 12:30, 12:45. So, you know, I am. We are rocking and rolling here, and I know we can't wait to get to the drive, guys, and get to this Kings basketball.
I'll put you on the spot real quick.
Okay.
About the Kings real fast.
Okay.
Not to cut you off. That was my apologies. Just right now, 1:34 afternoon. Your Friday begins in about 20 minutes.
Yep.
Do the Kings beat the Clippers or the Clippers beat the Kings today?
I think the Kings beat the Clippers. Because they have to beat the Clippers. I think the Kings beat the Clippers.
Dang.
Why?
I don't want to say you jinxed him, but dang.
What do you
I
want
was
me to
hoping you were
say?
going to reverse jinx or something there.
What do you want me to say?
You know what I am, man? I'm a scorn fan, and I'm looking for any kind of way for this team to win.
They
against the Clippers.
already lost to the Clippers before.
Yeah.
And everybody is saying, somebody asked on the Sack Chat, is Norman Powell playing? He's not. He's not. I refuse to believe that the Kings are going to get DeMar DeRozan back in Inglewood with Domantas Sabonis and lose to Amir Coffey, Derek Jones Jr., and James Harden. And Zubac. I refuse to believe that, because if that happens again, and you know, we just talked to OP, Olden Polynesian. You can go check out that interview. You could skip the first 5 minutes, by the way. I'm cussing out Dave, so you can skip the first 5 minutes.
He hit you with the setup, the alley-oop to CP3.
I'm very confused.
Lob City.
That's not the lob. That is you throw it. That's a medicine ball. That's a medicine ball. That's what that is. That is a complete medicine ball. And the Sack Chat is getting that, Dave, too. So,
Dave, man, Dave Taylor coming under fire.
Yeah, thank y'all for having my back. All right, they having my back on that. But I mean, I refuse to believe they just beat the Magic, who obviously the Magic, they had a crazy game against the Lakers last night. Franz Wagner looking real good lately with that game winner. But come on, man. Amir Coffey, Derek Jones Jr., Zubac, Chris Dunn. That was the last time we thought about Providence, by the way, before Devin Carter, Kevin Porter Jr., Nicholas Batum. These are just all dudes that these are all dudes that you're looking to find when you're building you ran out of money on in a fantasy basketball league. You can't, come on, Terrence Mann, and no disrespect.
Light-T Man.
I do too.
Yeah.
But you can't lose to them. Not again.
Well, we winning then. That's all we're going with. Okay.
Stay winning.
That a boy.
That's what it is. That's what it is. All right. Because I'm telling you this much right now, man. You sit there and it was crazy. It was crazy, Jay, to just see the breakdown when I looked at the Kings and just the amount of win, loss, just in a row. When you see it like that, it's just like, dang, y'all really gotta figure this out. Cause it was literally, it's been since the Raptors game that they won at home. Win, loss, win, loss, win, loss, win. So it's been 8 games of win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. Been 4 of each, essentially, 4 and 4. And it's just even funnier that it's literally win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So in my opinion, these are the games that if you want, I'm not going to sit there and ride for the Sacramento Kings and say they need to be talked about more. You're out here losing to Amir Coffey. I'm not going to embarrass myself like that.
Dang. I got you. You sound like me, actually, but it's funny because you sound like me, and now I'm arguing me. I'm kind of seeing, the conversation you're saying. So I'm gonna just stand on what I've been standing on. You're right. You got to go into LA and slap the Clippers around.
But
100%
hey,
right.
But look, I understand being because you could be the optimistic fan, the pessimistic fan, or what you would call the realistic fan. And I think there are a lot of Kings fans that just skew more towards pessimistic.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And I get it.
I'm for sure. Yeah.
Especially last season. How many times did we come back from a road trip and are you being there, Jay? I see Whitey behind the glass. We're in there. We're in the media section. Okay. They finally back from back east. They going to get it. They got the Rockets without Şengün and they get smacked.
Yes. True.
So I get that, but I'm saying we have to believe that this team is going to be better.
Well, I already told you my over-under for DeMar is coming down. We've been some money coming in on the under, so I brought the line down. I'm going to 34 right now.
The Kendrick streams are using a couple different avenues here. We get all that. All right, one more segment with you, and then we'll turn it over to the Drive guys, Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Jay, because you're still rocking, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you're still rocking.
Leave my fellas.
That's right. You can't do that. Oh, I'll give you your flowers on the other end. Let's get to these NFL picks. Jay's going to help us with NFL picks and dog segment. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Join Sacramento State football this Saturday at 2 for the Causeway Classic versus UC Davis. Get your tickets at HornetSports.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number: 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping for French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers, not available in all states.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening for Jeep Adventure Days now that Black Friday is here?
Get your hands on one of America's favorite SUVs with savings up to $17,000 off MSRP or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xEs. You pick.
Wow. And those new Jeep Grand Cherokees are really nice.
Yeah, they are. But remember, the savings isn't just on new Jeeps. We have over 200 quality used cars available and over 40 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE after $4,750 dealer discount and $12,250 factory and federal rebates. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $3,750 federal EV tax credit, subject to change. 0% APR for 72 months. Option is available as a standalone offer and cannot be combined with other incentives. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify through SFS. $13.89 per thousand borrowed. 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details. Sample VIN 684-904.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Live and local 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
When I walk the city, I'ma rock the baby. Got a classic leather with a classic weather.
I never heard this full song. I only heard "Light It Up" after the games. I didn't know it was a full-blown song.
That's because you ain't been rocking with Jay. There's plenty of songs about the Kings. You'll hear them if you listen to the Drive Guys.
I mean, I listened to the Drive Guys.
Well, I'm not saying you.
Yeah.
I'm saying others.
I missed this one.
Well, it's part of the Stiles files now.
Well, I was gonna say I mean, it's kind of like a coming of age. We all rocked the mic at one point in time, Jay. I know you
very
did.
true. Everybody thought they was K-Dot at one time.
Everybody. I mean, I had the Garage Band. I had the Auto-Tune. It was my buddies. He let me borrow it. We were roommates, so, I need a cook.
You was on the 808? Okay, the synthesizer, the beat, the drum machine.
Hey, if you out here
Fruity Loops?
Yeah, well, definitely the Fruit Loops. if y'all out here making King songs, send them in.
There's a bunch of them, man.
Yeah.
I normally play 4 on our show, which is, of course, Young Zill. A lot of people know him. 95 Mil, that's who that is. Then they have Matt Kizzle, and then Janae Lachey also has one, too. So I normally rotate. On Kings days, I try to get all 4 of them in.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, look, I'm learning something new every day. Thank you, Jay. Well, let's learn and see if you locked in for these NFL picks. Let's drop it. Okay. Jay's going to help me through these NFL picks. By the way, as far as prop talk is concerned, I am going to will this into existence. Deebo Samuel, I'm taking 48 and a half over on receiving yards. Now, the only thing that worries me is if he gets those yards rushing the football. That does worry me, but I would say Deebo Samuel receiving yards 48 and a half. I just think it's Deebo's time. So that's what I'm rocking with there. Some short passes, Brock shoulder. If you're looking for something there, that's what I would take. Okay, Jay, first on the list to see how good this slate is, Minnesota at Chicago.
Yeah, give me Minnesota.
It's Minnesota. Minnesota only favored by 3.5. So I'm taking Minnesota. I know that they've been, kind of squeaking by, and Chicago played really well last week, and they almost beat the Packers. They got their field goal blocked, but I'm taking Minnesota there. Detroit Lions taking on the resurgence of Anthony Richardson and the Colts. The Colts are underdogs by 7.5 at home, by the way.
Closer than expected. The Colts have been me and the legendary Whitey Gleason's kind of surprise team all season. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I have to see it to believe it to beat the Lions. To win the game outright, money line, give me the Lions.
Yeah, I'm taking Lions to win, but I might take the Colts to cover.
Yep.
This is what we do know.
Yep.
Lions are either winning 52-3 or they're going to win by 3 points. That's it. That's it. New England, the Patriots taking on the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins favored by 7.5, but it is in Miami. Or else I probably would take the Patriots, but it's the Dolphins.
I'm with you. Give me Miami. It's nice out there, man. They still wearing 2-piece bikinis.
Yeah, it's definitely the Dolphins there. Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the New York Giants. Bucks favorites by 6. I believe they're getting Mike Evans back because they had that bye week. So, oh, by the way, Tommy DeVito.
Yes, I was waiting for you to say the mobster is coming through.
Yeah, Tommy DeVito. And you were there when his agent, I don't know if he thought I looked familiar, but we're sitting there in Vegas, and he says, man, they wouldn't let me in or something. And I'm thinking, I know who you are, but how do you know me? So I'm tempted. I might take the Giants to cover against the Bucks, but, yeah, Tampa Bay, they need to win to keep track and keep up in the NFC South, and I think Tampa Bay's got it.
Same.
Next one, Cooper Rush looked better. Okay, they still lost, but Cooper Rush looked better. Now they head to Washington to take on the Commanders with Jaden Daniels coming off of a loss. Commanders favored by 10.5.
That's wild right there. That's a lot of points. I'll take the Commanders and JD. I'm not sure they cover 11, though.
Yeah, that's a lot right there. We think this team will, though. Kansas City headed to Carolina to take on the Panthers. Crazy that this is nuts. The Cowboys-Commanders line, exact same as the Chiefs-Panthers line. That's kind of nuts to me.
Really?
Chiefs-Panthers, Chiefs favored by 10.5.
I'll take the Chiefs.
Yeah, and they I think they'll cover. Maybe they not because
they never cover.
They're just bored.
Yeah, they never cover, but I'll take the Chiefs.
Tennessee at Houston. Houston favored by 8.
Man,
don't like
big
that.
Spreads. I hadn't looked at them yet.
Yeah, don't like that, but I do like Houston.
Yeah, give me H-Town.
Denver Broncos at the Las Vegas Raiders. I have no clue what this crowd is going to look like. There might actually be more Raider fans this time, but I might be disrespecting Broncos fans.
Right.
But Denver favorites by 6, a huge line. So if somebody's feeling dicey, head on up to Reno. Denver at Vegas -6. You got the Raiders pulling something out, or Denver?
Yeah, give me Denver. Bo Nix is a Kyle Draper guy. I like the way Bo Nix is playing. Sean Payton is dove into his bag and sprinkled out a little magic dust. I don't know what he's got going because I just don't see it when you look at the roster.
Yeah.
But Denver, again, the Raiders, I can't see them winning too many more games, so I don't think they win this week.
I want to see a Shedeur Sanders thank God or thank God every day, whatever he's been saying after every Raiders loss. I want another L. The Cleveland Browns did us a solid. Jay, I got Tankathon up right now.
Okay.
So the Raiders are now 4th on Tankathon to get the 4th pick in the draft. You got Jacksonville. They're all 2-8. Well, Jacksonville's 2-9. Tennessee's 2-8 at number 2. The New York Giants, number 3, 2-8. Las Vegas, 2-8. Come on, Shedeur. Come on, Cam Ward.
Is that who you looking for, or is it Cam? Which one? Who you hunting for?
If you're making me pick.
Okay. What about Quinn? What about my guy? What's he?
He's fine.
Disrespectful.
No. If I'm going to miss Jay, I'm going to swing for the fence, and that's Shedeur.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't want to strike out and be trying to hit a single anyway. No disrespect to Quinn.
Nah, I got you.
But give me the lights, give me the camera. Now I'll right now it's Shedeur. It might be Cam Ward.
Okay.
By the end of the draft process, but I've gone back and forth. Let's just, if we're gonna swing and let's just do it.
Let's go big.
Let's just do it at this point. But speaking of doing it, will the Niners do it? San Francisco at Packers. Packers favorites by 3.5.
Yeah, this one's a coin flip. I hate to say it. I think the Niners lose next week against the Bills. It's gonna burn me. It's probably gonna burn me. I think the Niners pull it together some kind of way, and it also is an indictment on what the Packers are.
Yeah.
I think the Niners sneak out with a win. I don't think they cover that, though.
You have John Lynch.
Cover that.
Yeah, but John Lynch, by the way, says Brock Purdy had an MRI and, quote, they feel good about where it's at from that standpoint.
Yeah.
What that means?
I have no clue.
No clue. I don't even think John Lynch knows. Next on the list, Arizona Cardinals, we had some thoughts about them, then they got hot, then they cooled off. Arizona Cardinals at Seattle Seahawks. The Cardinals are favorites by 1.
Pick them.
How do you feel? This is when Kyler Murray starts to revert back into Call of Duty Kyle. We out of Call of Duty Kyler.
Right. They normally play Seattle well. Geno scares me every single week. I think Seattle wins just because they don't have to travel.
Yeah.
Give me Seattle.
Yeah, and I think that Cardinals defense is a defense that Geno can do some things against.
Agreed.
Next up, in the night game, the Eagles taking on the Rams. The Eagles favorites by 3, and it's in L.A. Now, like we just said, probably more Eagles fans there than Rams fans. Who you got?
Legend, you said Devontae Smith not playing for the Eagles? Hamstring, not playing. From the legend himself, Whitey Gleason, insider. East to West, I normally take the West Coast squad.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles are good enough to come into L.A., beat the Rams. If Draper's listening, I'm taking the Rams. How about that?
There you go. So I'm going to take the Rams as well. And by the way, the Eagles, one of their receivers is always they're never both out there. I say the joke about Friday. It's always peanut butter, no jelly, ham, no burger. They just never have everybody. But I guess at the same time, a lot of people don't. A lot of teams don't. And by the way, I like to have some fun with this before we do the Monday night game. Cheaper or more expensive tickets this week, Jay. Sometimes you'll see a $20 tickets as low as $20. The lowest ticket you can buy if somebody got paid and is feeling froggy, Tampa Bay at New York Giants. You go out see Rockefeller. You can see a lot of
$14.
$40. Normally you see something in the teens. Expensive week this week for the NFL.
People off work, holidays.
Last but not least, Baltimore Ravens Monday night taking on the Los Angeles Chargers. Tickets as low as $64 if you want to. You could stay in Inglewood, Jay. Catch your Kings tonight. stay if you're a Baltimore or Chargers fan and just kick it. Baltimore only favorites by 3, though.
Chargers, Jim Harbaugh. Ready to rock it at home.
Who's got it better than us?
And not Michigan right now, but yeah.
Well, they got that recruit.
They did. Bryce Underwood. Yeah, number 1 guy in the nation.
That's right. Yeah. This is going to be probably a low-scoring game. I think Baltimore kind of similar. They're not similar to the Kings, but they do like to win a game, lose a game, and bounce back. So give me Baltimore on that one. And all right, before we close out the show, Jay, let's get to our dogs of the game. Hey, who's at the dogs out?
Oh, I got to put that out? My bad. I'm a first-time visitor.
Hey, to peel back the curtain, I told Jay, he said, what do you normally play during dog segment? I told him, but it didn't get played. It did not get played. All right, Jay, two dogs to get to because the Kings play tonight and they play on Sunday. Who's your dog for tonight's game?
Well, I told you. Kendrick Lamar dropped an album today. Debo's back in La La Land, Inglewood, which is close to the CPT, Compton. The over-under, I said it earlier at 40 because I thought he was going to come in, show up, and show out. I think Kendrick's going to be courtside, foot on the hardwood. I'm going to say DeMar's going to go bananas today.
There you go.
I think it's 35-ish. I'm taking over 34, over-under.
There you go. I was going to do prop talk, not out yet because they don't know who's going to be playing or not. We do because we are the home of your Sacramento Kings. I'm taking De'Aaron. I think that there's a specific focus to keep De'Aaron cooking, and you're scaring me, Jay, but I'm going to take De'Aaron to be the dog tonight. And real quick, Jay, Nets, Jordy Fernandez coming on home, taking on the Kings. I got Keegan Murray as a dog in that game.
Give me Domas, triple-double action.
There you go. Sorry, Nick Claxton. Domas is on your head. Thank you to Jay. Thank you to OP, Olden Polynice, for joining us. Thank you to all the callers, texters, Sack chatters. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, or enjoy the weekend whenever it comes. But before you go anywhere, Drive Guys coming up next with YD Gleason, Kyle Draper. And Jay he just got his seatbelt on. He ain't going nowhere. Coming up next to get you ready for Kings Clippers. Until Monday, secure the bag like the bean.
Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large, because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit tglgolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Hello, I'm Frank Cocker with the Retirement Security Center for the weekly economic update. Turkey stuffing and revised profit outlooks for the coming year are becoming normal each fourth quarter, but the declines are more pronounced than in some years. With the S&P 500 currently trading near 22 times the underlying company's forward earnings, maybe there are concerns about an overbought market. Analysts expect earnings growth in 2025 of 12%, higher than this year's 9.4% expectation, and still high from a historic standpoint. Potential for lower profits and longer than expected higher interest rates could be causing some concern for some investors. Market growth has been narrowly focused on a few stocks and industries, and higher rates may be a drag on smaller companies who may rely on outside funding for their projects. There's also some uncertainty about policies ranging from taxation, regulations, and the imposition of tariffs, possibly escalating a trade war, which could prove damaging to large multinational companies. Investors may be hoping that the uncertainty clears and stuffs their portfolios with sustainable profits. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic FA Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic FA is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic FA.
Get year-end pricing during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on our entire selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline Civics, and Accords. Plus, with low finance and lease options, now's the time to buy. Hurry in and save during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hi, everybody. Jay Leno here. You know, I love doing live stand-up comedy. No politics, no lectures. I'm not giving you my opinion on every issue of the day. Just nothing but jokes. So come by, check it out, and we'll have a lot of fun. Oh, it's clean, too.
Jay Leno live on stage with special guest Arsenio Hall. Saturday, March 29th, on stage at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Come on by, check out the show.
The Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold. This Sunday night at Hard Rock Live, Sacramento. The music, the memories, the Beach Boys. Riding an endless summer wave into 2024. Buy your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys, Endless Summer Gold, live.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Honda stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more feel-good words. Days is how long you have left to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or visit us at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SacktownSports.com and the Sacktown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Why am I not hearing anything? I apologize. I feel like I'm doing the show today with, I don't know, AC Green or Cal Ripken Jr. somebody, with Jay just pulling double duty. Is it double duty, triple duty? How long you been here today?
A little close to double duty. A little bit. I'm on my Kyle Draper movement right now.
Yeah. How about that?
I'm not getting paid. I'm not, I never count another man's pockets. I don't get the Kyle Draper zeros, but yeah, I'm doing double duty.
Zeros, right? Shoot, I got Taylor Swift tickets I'm trying to pay off. Them zeros. Them zeros is actually zero in the bank account right now.
Yeah, it's Friday, but for Kyle Draper, there's only 2 days of the week, right? There's game night, there's non-game night. Yeah, and this is a game night. Drape's in LA, of course, with the Kings get ready for the Clippers. Pouring rain here today, Drapes. I mean, just pouring rain. What do you got in the Southland?
Sunny and 70 out here, man. I went for a walk earlier today, had my sweatsuit on, and it was so hot out. I was like, man, I got to take this sweatshirt off, man. And so people were out on the beach. They were in the pool. And so I'm like, isn't all of California supposed to be like this? And then I get reports from back home. It's dumping buckets back there in Sacktown.
Yeah. Well, we miss you. How excited are you for the contest tonight? Looks like the Kings back to close to full strength, right?
Yeah. Looks like everybody except Malik will play tonight. And I'm excited for tonight's game. This is my first time in the Intuit Dome. And before we get fully deep diving into the Kings, let me say this.
Yeah.
Steve Ballmer, he's a mastermind, a genius, if you will. But like I was telling Jay before we got on the air, trying to find the broadcast location, bro, it was like I was in a labyrinth. Like I was in the corn maze in Dixon trying to find my way around this place. I mean, you know what I hate, Whitey? You know what I hate? Jay, can I get my music, big fella?
Oh, here we go.
Can I get my music,
Here
big
we
fella?
go.
I need my music because it just hit me. Because Chase Center is like this as well. One of the things I hate, and I'm waiting on my music. I don't know what Jay working on right now. I know he did double duty and triple duty, but I can't start until I get my music.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
Slow down, big fella.
Dude, you gotta understand. I'm sweaty. That's why I ain't on the YouTube right now. I'm pitting out. I had to walk up. This is what I hate about these new arenas. And Golden One Center, we don't have this problem. They got the problem in Chase Center. They got the problem here at the Intuit Dome. When you walk up the steps, you should be able to go straight up. You shouldn't have to go up 5 rows, take a right, go up 3 rows, take a left. Like, it's too much of a jigsaw puzzle right here. I understand trying to get creative, trying to get fresh, trying to get new, but there's no way. I had to climb over chairs to get up to the broadcast location. And I'm talking to my man here, the engineer. What's your name again? Mike. And he's like, yeah, there's only one section where you can actually walk all the way up, and it's over in the corner. Who the hell got to walk all the way down to the corner just to walk all the way up? And so that's what took me so long. That's why I ain't on the YouTube chat. That's why I'm sweaty right now. These arenas, when you design them people, I don't know if Vivek listening, I don't know if Steve Ballmer listening, I don't know whoever is building the new Sacramento Republic Arena field is listening, but can we just make it simple for the people to just walk straight up the steps instead of having to go up 3 rows, make a left, hook a right at the stoplight and all this? It took me forever just to get up here. And so that's just my rant for the day, man. I'm upset about that. Like, it should be. That's why Golden One Center is the best arena in the league, because there's an ease of access. There's a flow to it, if you will. This is a great arena, and maybe it'll be ranked number one one day. But I tell you what, it's the way they got it designed. It's like you're separated from the haves and the have-nots. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If you got the first 3 or 6 rows or whatever, you're good. If you go from there to try to go up, you got to go through security. They got to recheck your ticket. You got to jump over things. It's like, what are we doing here? Just make it go straight up. And so I think what it is, as I look at it, I'm like, they tried to squeeze some extra seats in. You know what I mean? They squeezed in 2 or 3 extra seats.
Well, Drapes,
on, Steve Ballmer,
Drapes,
you don't need that money, big fella.
they had to fit all the bathrooms in. They had to fit in all the extra bathrooms for Potty Palooza.
It's a pet peeve of mine. What are we doing? Chase Center, Whitey, and Jay, you guys know this. You've been there. You can't just walk straight up. You got to, walk straight up, then go through this tunnel, then take an escalator. Bro, just make it straight up. That's my take. That's Drape's Takes. I had to get that out the way, Jay. Drape's Takes is brought to you by
Alsto Uniforms. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsto Uniforms.
All right, Drapes, listen up here. We got some I think we need to go with the breaking news stinger for this. We have an update.
When it breaks,
We have it first.
it's Sacktown Sports breaking news.
From Cam Inman on X. Questionable for the 49ers against Packers, John Feliciano and Trent Williams. 49ers rule out for the Packer game. Kevin Givens, Tatum Bethune, Jacob Cowing, Charvarius Ward, Nick Bosa, and Brock Purdy. Ruled out for the Packers. Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, Charvarius Ward, Jacob Cowing, Tatum Bethune, Kevin Givens. No Brock Purdy for the 49ers against the Packers this week. That is your breaking news, courtesy of 49er reporter Cam Inman on X. Drapes, the season may end for the Niners this week.
You got me, Whitey? Am I
Yeah.
sounding okay?
Yeah.
So hold up, because you cut out on me.
Okay.
Did I hear no Bosa? No Purdy?
You did.
Charvarius Ward still out?
Correct.
Man,
Mm-hmm.
this is the biggest game of the season, and you were without your best players. This is a big blow for the Niners.
Yes.
This is, we can talk about what it means for the season and all that, but just for this game, it was already going to be difficult.
Oh, yeah.
To go on the road to Green Bay and face that running attack that they have. And now you're without your best pass rusher and your quarterback.
Yep.
Maybe it's next man up. Maybe, Brandon Allen had turned into Fran Tarkenton or something like that.
Yeah. And again,
Trent Williams, questionable. So don't forget that as well. Yeah, so the hits just keep on coming for the 49ers. We had word earlier today that Brock Purdy did not participate in practice, so it didn't look good. We awaited the official word. We got it, and it's bad news for the San Francisco 49ers, Drapes. Thank goodness the Kings have better injury news today. Yeah. Yeah, this is like that Bye-Bye Miss American Pie song, the day the music died. This might be the day the 49ers Super Bowl hopes died because, as you say, all season long it's been, well, when this guy comes back, well, when this guy gets healthier, well, when, this guy comes around. And now you're just losing guys faster than you're getting guys back, and you were struggling as it was. So maybe it's just one of those, you got to pay the price for being a Super Bowl contender year after year. And this year for the 49ers is you're paying that price right now. Bad news. Brock Purdy out. To me, Jay, it feels like that year after they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl the first time. And remember, that was a pandemic year. But remember, Bosa got hurt early.
Yeah.
I think Mostert might have gotten hurt. Garoppolo got hurt. But this is just like everybody's getting hurt. So to Drape's point, I don't remember anything quite like this.
No, and you know what? Drape's been saying it all year about being snake bitten. Yeah, that rattlesnake might have just jumped up and got him. The cobra, the anaconda, and everything at this point. This gonna be a tough one, fellas. I don't know how they pull this one off. If anything, I'm looking forward to snow now, so maybe it can become a run game, so to say. But it's gonna be tough.
Right? Yeah, that might be their best bet. So I'm a little stunned too, Drapes. Didn't expect that. I thought maybe maybe Brock Purdy will be out, but I didn't know it would be half the roster. But as you say, that's just the way it's been for the 49ers this year. And hey, looking for that sliver of hope. Hey, 5-5, you're still in it, but this is going to be a tall order this week. And this may be, I never say it's a must win unless it truly is, but this may actually be, if you don't win this game, you may be actually done.
Yeah. And I was thinking about it earlier. What's the record you have, you guys think, to win the division? 10-7? Does 9-8 get it done?
I don't think so.
Maybe
I
10-7 for sure.
Yeah.
10-7 could get it done. And so you're talking they can afford to lose what?
2 more games.
Yeah, they got to go 5-2 to get to 10-7.
Right, and this is pretty much one of them. Like it's you lose this, you got a tough one against Buffalo, and then you start to wonder inside the locker room, do they even believe? Are they believing that they're snake bitten at this point? You know what I mean? We went through, wait till we get CMC back. Wait till this guy comes back. Wait till we're whole and healthy. There comes a time where you wake up and you say, damn, we might not ever be healthy this season. And that's what I wonder if that's going to happen with the Niners here over these next couple of weeks.
Yeah, more on that throughout the afternoon, of course, and we'll be right back with a look at tonight's in-season tournament game and how sportsmanship may actually play a role in this game. It's next to the Drive Guys. Kyle Draper in L.A. Get ready for the Kings and the Clippers. Sacktown Sports.
Join Sacramento State football this Saturday at 2 for the Causeway Classic versus UC Davis. Get your tickets at HornetSports.com.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back, He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is the only store in the world to be named a top 100 shop for 40 years straight. Yes, the only golf shop in the world. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Try any club on the shelf on the driving range for free and let our staff show you everything you need to look and play better. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue, Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number: 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yeah, we'll get back to the Kings and the Clippers in just a moment. Drape's course in LA. He's got the call tonight. Just for anyone who missed it, we just moments ago had this from Cam Inman. Out for the 49ers this week against the Packers. It's official now. Out for the Packers. Brock Purdy out. Nick Bosa out, along with Charvarius Ward, who's still out. Jacob Cowing, Tatum Bethune, Kevin Givens, and then Trent Williams and John Feliciano are questionable. So no Brock Purdy, no Nick Bosa. Jay, I know it's difficult. We're just kind of digesting this, but we haven't heard much from you. Is this it for your beloved Niners? Here you are wearing your 49er, what is that? What would we call that? Pullover?
I can't pullover.
Yeah.
Did you just say a onesie, man? Slow down over there.
He went onesie on you.
I can't see the
button up in the middle. My nightgown.
right.
A moo-moo. You want the normal J, the real J, right?
Yeah, because you haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, because I've been trying not to.
Hear the wheel spinning. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we go to Drake first? Drake, what's your thoughts?
Jay, oh man, nah, man, the ship be sinking, man. It's I mean, here's the thing, too, fellas. If they were just missing Bosa, if they were just missing Charvarius Ward, what we're asking Brandon Allen to do is to go into Green Bay, first start of the season, against the Packers and win a critical game on the road with your left tackle banged up too. It's a tall task, man. Like, the offense had trouble with Brock Purdy out there.
Well,
now,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Is Brandon Allen all of a sudden going to turn into Jameis Winston that we saw last night?
That was incredible.
Right?
That was amazing.
I mean, what are we going to see here? Like, I don't know, man. I would love to hear from Niners fans who are optimistic, hopeful, thinking, yeah, we still got a chance. This is a kick for them, man. This is a kick.
You know, the thing is, over the last few years, if this happened here or there, the 49ers could weather it. But now, you know, normally the quarterback's out, you go with the backup, and he's had some success in the NFL. He hasn't played in a long time. But a guy like that typically comes in and, well, he'll have to ride the defense and the running game. Well, the 49ers don't have a running game right now, and the defense has been kind of missing in action. That's the tough thing to me, Jay. It's like, well, they'll just have to run the ball. They can't run the ball.
I was hoping you didn't come back this way again. I was looking at
we
Drapes.
gave you a few moments grace, but we got to come back.
They're trying to tap out of this.
Yeah, Drapes, look, I ain't gonna lie. I looked across the glass and I locked eyes with Whitey, man. I was like, don't come this way, man. Don't come. You know what, fellas? I'm gonna say this. Realistic Jay here, not to be third person. They're about this close, and my fingers are about a half of a centimeter to being this is over. And I'll further it. This iteration of who the 49ers are, how we've seen them the last 4 or 5 years.
Really?
This might be it. Yeah. And so I'm gonna say, with that being said, we heard Diamador Lenore say it. Fred Warner talked about it. Trent Williams talked about it, albeit we don't know if he's going to play. This is the last gasp of air, and they all should know that, because I think, they got some more games for the rest of the season, but these last, they're 10, so they got 7 more games. This may be all that we know of this 49er team that we've seen them in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's pretty close to being over.
Even if this is it, and it certainly looks like it, I still think most of them will be back next year. I think Debo will be gone. Dre Greenlaw, coming off an injury I believe he's a free agent. I don't know, but I think they'll try, the guys that they're paying the most money, I think they'll try to bring them back and see if they got it next year. Maybe the rest of the year off, maybe the break benefits them. I think I heard you and Allen talking about Brock Purdy. They're probably going to give him a pretty big contract, not
not $60
at
million.
the top of what people are throwing around. But I think they'll try to bring it back next year. It's just, just think how frustrating this has been for them, Drapes, for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, because here's the thing. We come into this season and, you think, all right, last year they probably should have won it. But this year is their year. That's what we're saying before the season. And then as you go along, you realize, damn, actually their year was last year.
Yeah.
And it's nothing you can do about it. And so, Debo doesn't look the same. You got to wonder about his future. How much you're going to pay Brock? You're going to re-sign Brock. There's no doubt about that. But is he a $50 million guy instead of $60 million, let's say? You got some decisions to make in the secondary as well. And so, I wonder too, in terms of personnel, like, even if they run it back or bring back more, is that enough anymore? Or are these guys, have they just gotten old in front of our eyes just like that?
Mm-hmm. Here you go. On the text line from the 916, Daniel Jones for 49ers.
Oh, come on.
So here you go, Jay.
On,
He's starting already. It's a question. It's a question.
You've got our quarterback of the future.
Tom Brady out of retirement before Daniel Jones, bro. Yeah. Come on, man.
Drapes, can you lace him up real quick?
Right?
This is something that all 49er fans, we're going to come to a conclusion of it. And it would feel 10 times better if we had some Super Bowls in the back pocket meaning in the last decade or so.
Right.
It'll feel a lot better, fellas. Yeah, I know. Just even last year.
Yeah.
And I think, Drapes, you hit on something I hadn't even thought about. And we talked about the lull and the hangover for the 49ers and fans coming off of the loss last year. You might have been right, though. Last year might have been the 49ers year. And I hadn't even thought about that. Maybe that was it. And that was the one. I mean, we knew as a 49er fan, you wanted them to win. You knew they should have probably won. It didn't happen. But looking at it from that standpoint, that's interesting because I hadn't even thought about that.
Well, remember last year in training camp, a lot of people were asking them about that. And they were, Trent Williams said, no, I don't think so. But I think there was that sense last year that was the year.
They asked this year too, though, right, fellas? Because remember, we played something from Diamador Lenore in the beginning, and I don't remember if it was Richard Sherman podcast or so, and he was like, yeah, we know this is probably the last year, but there is a difference in the form of this is the last year versus this is our year. And I think last year, that blew my mind because I hadn't even thought about that.
The 49ers now with this news are certain to be, they're already underdogs and they're not going to, that's not going to change. The 49ers are going to be underdogs for the first time since 2022 breaking a chain of 36 consecutive regular season games in which they've been favored, the third longest such streak in the Super Bowl era, behind only the 99 Rams and the 2016 Patriots.
Bang, bang, Niners. Yeah, Jay,
we celebrating everything.
You can't play that. That makes it seem even worse, Jay. Come on now. They've been favored in every game. And here's the thing, too, about it, boys. It's, going back to whether last year was the year and everything like that. When I saw the Niners last year, it looked like the loss to the Eagles in the NFC Championship game motivated them, fueled them. I never got that feeling this year from them, that the loss in the Super Bowl was motivating
Looked
them.
more like it broke them, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a total different feel. Whether it was the injuries or the contract disputes, whatever, it just wasn't the same level of focus that they had a season ago, it didn't seem like.
Mm-hmm. The last time the Niners were underdogs was that Week 7 matchup, October of 2022. They were 1-point underdogs to the Chiefs, and they lost that game 44-23. And remember, that was kind of the start of this run because that was McCaffrey was there, but it wasn't until the next week when he really took off.
Yeah.
So you got kind of bookends on this whole thing. Although I'll tell you what, Brandon Allen can spin it. I like the 49ers to pull off
the snow.
The stunning.
That a boy Wade.
Stunning.
I'm riding with you, baby.
28-degree weather. Come on,
yes,
man.
Sir. That's called
if they were asking Brandon Allen to spin it, you in some trouble, big fella.
He had one huge game. I'll have to look it up against the Ravens. He might have thrown for 4 touchdown passes in one game. And it's been there all along.
Drapes, this is a run game, fella. This is a run game.
It should be. CMC got to step up. That offensive line got to step up. Debo got to make some plays. I'm with you on that, Jay. I think this is a game where, and it's not just CMC. Let's see some JP Mason.
Yes.
Throw a little change up out there.
This is a Jordan Mason game. Yeah. Ride him heavy. And, big short yardage, big yardage game for Jordan Mason, Jay. 3 touchdowns, short yardage touchdowns.
Like where you going, baby.
Yeah.
It ain't over till it's over, mathematically.
That is right.
Oh, man. They're going to lose 40-10.
Nah, come on, man. You know the Packers ain't putting up no 40.
Yeah. Dude,
if this was
talking, but Jay, hold up. Sorry to cut you. We're talking about offensively. You ain't got no pass rush now either with Bose out. Who's stepping up on the defensive line?
Don't need one. Jordan Love will throw you the ball anyway.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Okay.
If this was the Bills, I'd be talking a little different. I'm talking greasy because it's the Packers, right?
One at a time.
We ain't scared of the Packers, Drapes. Come on now.
Oh,
one week at a time.
Are we doing picks today? I just want
That's like going to Philadelphia with no Embiid and Paul George, baby. We got a shot.
I hope we're doing picks today because I want to get you boys on the record. I want to get y'all on the record.
We might not be able to squeeze it in. We don't know.
It's busy, man. It's busy. Talk to him about the Intuit Dome.
Yeah. Oh, when we come back, why Jay says DeMar DeRozan's going to have a huge night tonight. Next, with Drape in LA, it's the Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Have that rain gear ready to go. It's also occasionally going to be breezy. Highs today will peak in the lower 60s. Expect steady rainfall afternoon and evening, and even showers overnight tonight. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. There's no better time to visit Elk Grove Honda than during our year-end clearance sale in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
The time to gear up. It's the Black Friday and Gold Saturday open house event at Roseville Power Sports, located at 360 North Sunrise Avenue. We're your home for the best deals on Can-Am side-by-sides, ATVs, and Ski-Doo snowmobiles. Now's the time to save thousands on a brand new Can-Am or Ski-Doo. And check out the all-new Can-Am Maverick R with an incredible 240 horsepower. A Maverick R is built to conquer any terrain, bringing unmatched power and excitement to your off-road adventures. Plus, save 30 to 50% on accessories, helmets, jackets, gear, everything you need to ride in style and safety. This Black Friday and Saturday only. And it's not just about the savings. It's an open house event you won't want to miss. Join us for food, prizes, and more this Black Friday. So head to Roseville Power Sports this Black Friday and Gold Saturday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And let's kick off the holiday season with incredible deals and tons of fun.
Some restrictions apply. See store for details. Offers valid on 2024 and prior products while supplies last.
Happy holidays from Roseville Power Sports.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. Give your family a real treat. Bring out all the flavors of the upcoming holidays with the amazing Napoleon Prestige line of outdoor cookers. Napoleon grills that features other grills can't match. They're built different, built better, built to last, complete with a lifetime warranty. All made with premium steel that boasts absolute quality. Just because it's November does not mean we can't barbecue outside. Visit California Backyard now for your best selection of grills and Napoleon Grills accessories.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
Black Friday savings on now on the all-new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates, every new 2025 half-ton LT, RST, LTZ, and High Country in stock at Maida Chevy. Maida Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area. $8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Maida Chevy. Now that's big, huge. MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, and other offers. Ends 12/1/24. Source internet search 11/2/24.
Carmichael Dave here from my good friends at American Energy. Cool weather, if not cold weather, is in our future. You know that. It'll eventually get there, and American Energy wants to make sure your system is operating safely and properly. So now is the time to take advantage of the $49 fall tune-up inspection. That's regularly $119, but includes a full safety and duct inspection. And if your system's over 10 years old, it's free. The tune-up is on American Energy. Give them a call right now. They're offering $50 off your first recommended repair, or if you need a new furnace, that's half off the price of a new unit. American Energy been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You can check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote. That's theaeway.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now. All night and day, just chipping away. It's all every day's work.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Drapes is in sunny LA while we've been slogging through the rain here today. Shout out to my dog Moby, because today I had to take Moby out for his walk. He's sound asleep. You know, he didn't want to go out. It's like, you got to go out. You're going to be in the house a while. You got to go out. Put his little raincoat on him, which he doesn't like, but, you know, keeps him dry. He's looking at me like, are you serious? You disrespect me and you when you make me wear this. But my point is, it was pouring rain. We're walking around the block, and he's going slow. You know, he's 14 years old. He's kind of, you know, blinking in the rain. And I figure, all right, let's just go home. So we get to the point where we're across from our house, and I start to pull him to our house, and he stops. And he looks at me. He's like, we ain't going home. We haven't finished our walk, master. So, you know, we finished our walk, and we went the rest of the route. And I just appreciate that even though it was pouring rain, Moby wanted to finish his walk. So that's a good dog right there, Drapes. Good boy, Moby.
I don't know about that, Whitey.
What?
Because you're telling a story and everything, and
Yeah.
I get it. But what if dogs are like humans, and on rainy days, they just want to snuggle up and watch Netflix? What if they don't really want to go out?
Well, he had to.
Drag them out, and it's like, well, since we're out here already, we might as well finish it.
You're right. He didn't want to go
How
out.
do we know dogs want to walk in when it's raining
He
out?
definitely did not want to go out, but once we were out, I'll give you that.
Okay.
He was very comfortable. But once we were out, and it was like, all right, shortcut. We're across from the house. We'll cut the walk short. Let's go. I pull him into the street, and he just stops. He's like, no, We are not going home.
Okay.
We started this. We're going to finish it.
James is wild, man.
You know what I mean, Shay? Like, I think about that, though, because, got a dog at home and everything. And it's
James
like,
is
it's raining,
wild,
and I'm
man.
like, I don't feel like going out and walking the dog. And I wonder if the dog is okay with that.
Well,
you know what I mean?
They're just dogs have needs, and don't make me go any further down that path. The dog had to go outside at some point, Drapes, whether he wanted to or not. He was going outside.
Dog, it's called the sliding back door, big fella. That's why you got the sliding back door. But I'm sitting here thinking, I was wondering. I'm like, really? Do you think the dog actually wants to? It might want to Netflix and chill, snuggle up by the fire, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they do. Dogs definitely want to chill.
They do. I don't argue with that. But if I let him out, if he's like, hey, let me out the back door, he goes and stands under the roof, under the overhang, and he doesn't do anything. And he's like, okay, I'm good. Right. He ain't good. That causes problems down the road.
Man, you're dedicated. That's impressive, dude. Did you have on galoshes too? Or what? Like, what was your rain gear like?
I had a big, heavy
all-weather coat?
Yeah, North Face weather coat. I did have, really thin shoes on. I got soaked, but that's all right. I don't care. As long as Moby's okay.
All right.
This little raincoat.
I don't want the dog people to come after me, so I'm going to exit this conversation.
Well, no, what you're saying is actually pro-dog. You're saying dogs should get to relax, right, and rest. And, that's all you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
They're going to come after me if they're going to come after anybody. Dragging my dog through puddles.
They might need a day off from work. They might not want to walk,
That's right. Now, tonight, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I heard Jay on with Allen Stiles, and Jay says DeMar DeRozan is going to go off tonight. And I'm sure you know why, Drapes.
No, why?
Kendrick Lamar dropping his new album today.
Man, I ain't listening to that Mickey Mouse Walmart album that he's putting out. No, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. Well,
Jay got some already?
Jay is just saying that he's not saying the album's great or anything. He's just saying that because the album's dropping. And didn't you say you think he'll be there tonight, Jay?
Yeah, K-Dot's coming.
Yeah.
He's coming.
He's coming out tonight,
he released the album. DeMar's coming back to La La Land.
Right.
Inglewood's not too far from Compton.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm setting the bar at 35.
But
34,
like
34.
That, though, Jay? Does he move like that? Is he out like that?
Nah, but it's like this. If
rollout or something?
Yeah, if Whitey's in town, if you're in town, I'm coming out to support you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is
man, this is going to add more fuel to that Drake beef. They're going to dap up mid-court and everything.
Yeah.
Pose for pictures. And what are we doing here?
Now, Jay, didn't you say with Allen today that, and I haven't read a lot about this or heard a lot other than what I heard you say, that Kendrick Lamar's going after Snoop?
Yeah, he going after Uncle Snoop. Have you haven't seen this yet?
No, I just heard.
Yeah. I mean, you can go on your choice of social network right now, and a lot of people been texting me, hey Jay, have you heard Kendrick Lamar yet? And I'm like, no, because I've had to work and I haven't really had opportunity and time. But I keep getting people that's texting me and they're sending excerpts of some of the rhymes, some of the bars that he's been that's on the album, and he's taking shots at a lot of people.
Wow.
Like, yeah, and he's basically like saying, you guys haven't supported me through the fight, so to say. We're supposed to be West Coast clicking it up, and he's not going directly at him.
Is he going at Drapes at all?
No.
Well,
Drapes is a East Coaster at heart.
Okay.
Right.
He's a transplant here. He's got love for the West Coast, but every now and then that East Coast flares up, so that's why he's still rocking with Drake.
Gotcha. So here's the problem with this, though, Jay. And if Kendrick feels that way, I gotta study the album. I gotta listen to it.
I do too.
But dog, aren't we grown men now? We don't. Kendrick don't need all of LA riding for him. He don't need Snoop, Dre, whoever you know what I mean, riding for him like that publicly. Snoop 50-something years old. What that look like? Come on, man.
So you ain't, wait a minute. Hold on. Slow down, big fella. You about to be 50 years old, right?
Yeah,
coming
I ain't
soon.
Trying to get involved in no beef.
But if somebody, first of all, Dre and Snoop have already crowned Kendrick. He was the new prince of the West Coast. Remember years ago, decade or so, whatever. Second part of that though is You don't want some of your OGs, your legends, your veterans to take you under the wing and teach you the game and sign off on you. So if I was to say, hey, listen, you know what? I need a letter of recommendation from my guy Drapes and Kevin Whitey Gleason, and you like, nah, I'm not trying to get involved in that, Jay. I don't want to do that.
Nah, but now I'm trying to understand the context. Is this as he's coming up in the game, or is it just with this beef with Drake?
It's within the beef, right? Or within the framework of the recent.
Well, yeah, I think so much is the framework of the beef. I think you guys are correct on that. But, and again, we're just all spitballing opinions. I also think that Kendrick is, because remember, he got blasted for the Super Bowl stuff. And he was kind of catching strays. It wasn't like it was on him. It was the fact that people were upset that Lil Wayne or Juvenile, people like that, didn't get the love because it's going to be in New Orleans. So he was catching strays. So he was kind of already feeling some kind of way that he was backed into the corner with the Drake stuff. And now he's saying, hey, listen, I could use some assistance from Uncle Snoop to come out and say, hey, everybody just relax. You know, this is my young fella. This is my guy. And he can do the Super Bowl. He's going to do it well. And we can all, you know, can we all just get along? But I just think what it sounds like, and again, I haven't had the opportunity to hear it. It sounds like Kendrick is questioning, well, where's my West Coast love? Like y'all supposed, if anybody, my coast is supposed to come with me, especially the legends like Snoop.
He's too busy selling the Solo Stove right now.
And T-Mobile.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Kendrick, it sounds like he. I don't want to say the word sensitive because that's not what I'm. It seems like he's. I don't know, man.
He's acting like Drake. You can say it.
That's right. It's just like taking everything personal. Like, you know, it's like, dude, they moving their way too. Like you done handled it. You wonder with the beef. You know, we don't have to come ride for you when you already got it. You already won.
Drapes, you're saying if you're complaining about somebody, then all right, maybe somebody did something. If you complain about everybody, then it's not them, it's you, right?
Ooh,
I mean, it's
yeah, you took it a step farther there, just a little bit, but I see what you mean. Yeah, it's like, dang, it just seemed like he on some, you know, revenge or like he's hating everybody now.
No, see, I don't, and again, I can't speak on it because I haven't listened to the album. I'm just getting excerpts from people. But he's also giving love to people. Like he gave a shout out to Nas, said he's the only one who congratulated me, stuff like that. So it's not
Nas.
Nas
Okay.
Escobar. Yeah. The Queensbridge. Yeah. We don't give no love around here on the West Coast to Nas Reed.
Okay.
Because he stole the trophy from Malik Monk.
That's right.
It's just kind of one of them things where I think he is kind of saying like we all should be one. And I'm not feeling the love. I'm probably not feeling the love. Because fellas, remember, he got flambasted for the Super Bowl stuff. He had nothing to do with it.
How about this, Drapes from Ward? Hey, Drapes, he says, Taylor's music producer helped produce Kendrick's album.
That's right.
Yeah.
I sent it to him, Whitey. I sent it to him a couple nights ago.
No, because my girl, she's down with everybody. She ain't trying to make no enemies. She's in everybody's camp. You know what I mean? Like that's how it's real quick. I'm looking at this Forbes article on this, and I did not notice, and this adds a little more context, Jay and Whitey, a lyric that he had references rapper Snoop Dogg sharing Drake's diss track aimed at Lamar to Instagram earlier this year. Though Snoop clarified he would not pick a side in the feud and praised both Drake and Lamar. For
See, that ain't
Lamar.
it.
Yeah. See, now I can see why you would come at Snoop. Like, to publicly share that and then say, hey, I'm an innocent bystander. Like, that's one thing. All right, I get it now. I get it.
All right. Okay.
We cleared that up.
Yes, we did.
Hold on, he dissing Lil Wayne out there too. Come on, Kendrick, what are you doing, man? Don't be dissing Lil Wayne.
He's at everybody, man.
Yeah, he's at everybody right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to it tonight.
Yeah. We're in a way we're talking about sportsmanship. How sportsmanship could come into play for the Kings tonight has to do with all this in-season tournament and all the ramifications. We're back with that. See what Drapes thinks of that. See what you think of that when we come back to Sacktown Sports.
The quest for ring number 6 happens here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Bob Ball throws one up and caught the ball. Touchdown!
Listen on Sacktown Sports for all the 49ers action.
Jennings went up and took it away. What a catch by JJ. He scored 3 touchdowns today.
Quest for 6 lives here on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And now that the holidays are here, there is no better time than right now to head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is back from now through January 2nd. You may say, Kyle, what is the Holiday Love Celebration? Well, let me tell you. At Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you can discover exceptional offers on a new Mercedes-Benz, like the 2025 GLC 300 SUV. It's just $559 a month for 36 months. They also have a full lineup of SUVs, vans, electric vehicles, and of course, certified pre-owned vehicles with rates as low as 2.99% APR up to 72 months on select vehicles. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton believes in the true Mercedes car buying experience. So make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and see what a true car buying experience is really about. Or of course, you can go online at mbofstockton.com.
Black Friday is on its way at Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet, and there's no better place to shop for all your power tools. Low price Makita Bear tools starting at $89. Makita batteries starting at just $49, and many more of the year's hottest deals. November 25th through December 2nd. That's right, one whole week of crazy deals on power tools. So don't forget, our Black Friday sale will be November 25th through December 2nd. Check us out at 6701 Power Inn Road or online at fastenersinc.net.
Facts are facts, and the facts show that for eliminating hip, knee, back, leg, and foot pain, it's the Good Feet personalized arch support system, clinically proven to provide significant pain relief in only 4 weeks. Good Feet arch supports are designed to help put your feet and whole body back in pain-relieved proper alignment. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Book your free fitting at Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
It's time for the Sacktown Sports live events calendar, the hottest live events lineup just for you. Kicking things off for comedy fans, don't miss David Spade bringing his sharp wit to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on November 22nd, followed by the hilarious Russell Peters lighting up the stage the next night, November 23rd. Then get ready to feel those good vibrations with the legendary Beach Boys on November 24th at Hard Rock Live. And for classic rock lovers, the Black Crowes are rocking the same stage November 30th. All of these are brought to you by our friends at Live Nation. The original Jersey Boys, Midtown Men, are bringing their holiday show to Thunder Valley on December 8th. Then kicking off the year in style, country stars Dylan Scott and Jackson Dean are hitting Thunder Valley on January 10th. And the one and only Bill Engvall will be there too, cracking up the crowd on January 11th. Don't miss these incredible events coming your way, and stay tuned for more info. To get details, head to sacktownsports.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's happening for Ram Power Days now that Black Friday is here?
We're giving you a head start on the new year when you save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s, starting as low as $36,325.
Wow. Already that kind of savings on next year's models?
There's a reason we continue to be one of the biggest Ram dealers in the country, with numerous customer service awards, including the very prestigious Walter P. Chrysler Award, which means we are in the top 1% of dealers in the nation.
Don't miss the savings on new 2025 Rams right now at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center. Search, select, and save through our whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period. $17,500 total net savings on select new 2025 Ram 1500 after $12,000 factory rebates and $5,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include $2,000 SFS bonus cash. Must finance through Stellantis. $3,000 Hoblet select inventory coupons. $500 on-the-job upfit incentive with proof of business ownership, and $2,000 in Hoblet trade-in assistance for eligible trade-ins. 10 at the net savings. See dealer for details. 36,325 VIN 544-890.
The Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop is your unsurpassed spot to find the hottest golf gear, best pricing, and elite expertise. Every club on the shelves can be tried for free on the driving range. 3 TrackMan units and a Hagen Oaks team of skilled fitting professionals provide the finest club fitting experience. Our personable Super Shop staff will show you the newest to help you look and play your best. You love golf. The Hagen Oaks team loves golf too. Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, Fulton Avenue at Business 80. Learn more at hagenoaks.com or 916-481-GOLF.
Hey, Sacramento Kings fans, join us at Tom's Watch Bar for an exclusive Sacramento Kings watch party on Friday, November 22nd versus the LA Clippers. Complete with 360-degree viewing, surround sound, MCs, giveaways, and prizes. See you there.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Honda stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more feel-good words. Days is how long you have left to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or visit us at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
A 30-minute segment if the 49ers don't make the playoffs. Now, I remember when he called, did anyone promise him a 30-minute segment? I know I didn't.
I don't know about that. That's revisionist history.
Check the record books on that.
Yeah.
Well, he must be a Raider. Is he a Raider?
I don't know, but
must be.
Yeah, and he calls occasionally. Remember, he's the one that said the Kings are never going to win anything with Domas, and he said the 49ers are not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know about a 30-minute segment.
Well, he's a friend of the show. He's called last week.
Yes, he is. I mean, if he was promised that, he's probably not going to get it, but he's entitled to it. I was wondering if
Probably
anybody
like
remembered
Kyle Ledbetter or somebody like that. I'm like, come on now.
Now, from the 916, there's a longtime Niners fan. Put a fork in it, fellas. It's over. I can't talk about the Kings and my disappointment about their roster construction, and then in the other breath take myself seriously acting like the Niners ain't cooked. Gotta face the facts here, says the 916. It's a tough day for 49er fans. Kind of a reckoning.
Yes, it sounds like reality is set in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, up until this point, there's still time. They sound like a defeated bunch right now.
Yeah.
Except you and Jay.
Oh, yeah. It's always darkest before the dawn when everyone gives up. Every week say, they'll win by 40. They'll win the rest of their games. It didn't happen. But now that everyone's like, well, that's it. Good night. You watch what they do to the Packers this week. You watch the way the 49ers stun the football world. Next week, different story. Noah from West Sac. Hey, JJ, do you remember the Rasheed Wallace diss track by E40?
Of course, record haters. I hear it today now.
Really?
I see if I can get a clean version or instrumental or something.
That'll take a while.
You know that beef? Drapes, you remember that beef?
Yeah, I remember that beef. And don't forget, Sheed is my guy.
That's why I asked. Did you remember?
Riding with him for sure on that.
Come on now.
I wasn't pulling the snoop. You know what I mean? I wasn't, being an impartial person. I was strictly riding with Sheed. That was my guy. With that being said, I was an E40 fan growing up too. Like I like E40's music.
E40 from where, Jay?
From the Valley Joe.
Yeah, that's right.
Somewhere in California.
That's right. Vallejo, California.
From Hillside, too. You from the east side.
Yeah. From the 916, there's another one. Daniel Jones will be the Niners' backup next year. He will rehab his career like Sam Darnold did. Me and Daniel Jones. Kyle's going to be singing it.
Come on, man. Is that what, Niners fans are hoping for Daniel Jones now? It's like, come on.
These are confusing times and troubled times for 49er fans. We'll get back to that game here this afternoon, of course, as we try to sort out what the Niners do from here. But we got a game tonight, Drapes. As you know, you got the call tonight.
Yes.
What do you think of this? I know that a couple nights ago, Dallas beat somebody in the tournament, and Jay Kidd was saying, it's really hard at the end because total points and all that matters. And he said, we were way ahead, but I'm not about to pile on somebody just because we need, more points. We need a wider margin. Now, we don't know how this is going to go. Obviously, if the Kings win, that'll be great. But if the Kings or the Clippers, it'd be the Kings most likely, they're shorthanded. If they've got a big lead, do you play it any differently in the fourth quarter, end of the fourth quarter, because of the tournament? What do you think? What's the right move?
That's a great question because this is only the second game for the Kings in the Emirates NBA Cup. if this was the fourth game and you're scoreboard watching and you need to win by 30, let's say, then you go for it. And I believe Jason Kidd would do the same, if it came down to that final game, despite what he says. I don't know, man. There comes a point, Whitey, where if you're up by 25 with 6 minutes left, you're not leaving your starters out there for the risk of getting hurt, right?
Right, tournament or not.
At some point, you got to call off the dogs, not only because of being classy about it and sportsmanship, but also you don't want your guys to get hurt. Think about it like this. If a star player gets hurt because a team is trying to pile on points for some in-season tournament, that's like the worst case scenario for the league. And so I think, I'm sure the Kings have an idea. Coaching staff has an idea. If we're up 20 with 5 to go, we'll pull them. But I don't think you, in a blowout situation, play your stars to the end. Now, if it's a 4-point game, an 8-point game, maybe, yes, you do that and you keep, shooting or whatever. But if it's a blowout, you got to pull your guys, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that the Kings would have that luxury, even if they were leaning that way with DeRozan and with Sabonis both coming off of back injuries. The last thing you want to do is play them any more minutes than you have to. But I'm with you, just in the larger sense, play the game the right way, tournament or not. You just don't do that. That could, even if it benefits you in the tournament, in some way, shape, or form, it could still come back to bite you. And it's just not the way to go about it. So I'm with you. I could understand if a team did it, but if it were up to me, I would assume Mike Brown will play it this way too. I wouldn't play it that way. I wouldn't try to pile up points to benefit my chances in the tournament.
But let me ask you this then. Let's say it's a 8-point game, 6-point game. Clock is winding down. You cool with the guys taking the threes or trying to score, even though the game is over pretty much? It's 10 seconds left. You okay with that in this scenario?
I'm kind of okay with that.
What happened?
Well, there's a different scenario there. You're talking about, if you're up 15 or 20 or something.
That's one thing.
Yeah. Steve Kerr says, and they've kind of gotten away from this, but he says, we always want to play hard. We don't care what the score is. Whoever's on the floor, they're going to play hard. There's something to be said for that, but that's not a very popular sentiment. Maybe that would be more appropriate, like you say, if it's the last game and you have a margin where that we've got to get this many more points. In general, I would just play it the way I normally play it. And I think Mike Brown would do that too, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. Unless it was like the final game, you know what I mean? And sure, you're up by 12, but you need to be up by 20 and win by 20 to advance. Then that's a different scenario, I think. If you're up by 20 and you need to be up by 25 to advance. But it's too early to tell. And you were just mentioning it. Karma might come back to bite you. You know what I mean? Like, I get it in the final game, but now there's too many variables to be worried about that right now. If you're up 15 or 20 with a minute to go, keeping your guys out there and trying to keep your foot on the gas pedal, that's kind of tacky in my opinion.
By the way, just found out looking at the TV, today is the 86th birthday of Oscar Robertson. We'll have to mention that when Jerry Reynolds joins us today. That's one of his all-time favorites. So one of the all-time great players in franchise history, Oscar Robertson, with a birthday today. And we'll get back to the phones when we come back. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. And John Lynch used a great word to describe where the 49ers are right now. We'll share that with you when we come back to Sacktown Sports.
Introducing TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league on ESPN and ESPN+. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. To learn more, visit TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, They're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
You made my soul burning fire.
Your afternoon home for Kings Talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sacktown Sports.
Have you guys ever seen a video? I'm not sure what he was on. You might know. But it was